Ravi Kumar Garu, and renowned professor, and he has already, this is the third STTP in the series, third and final, and the STTP is mainly on self-motivation and attitude and art of living. So we have mostly the final year students, 4x4 students, MTechs, and a few professors. And this program was planned in 2019. We got it in 2020, but due to the pandemic, we could not conduct it then. So then AICT said, this is basically, we planned it for an offline program in 2020. But because of the pandemic, AICT asked us to conduct 3 online programs with the same theme. So that is why we started this program in November. We had one session in November, one in December, and now in February, the last and final one. So I now I take this opportunity to welcome all our participants to the STTP. Hope you gain a lot of knowledge through this STTP, and you will know how to self-motivate yourself and have the right attitude towards work, towards your career, towards your life, and towards the society as a whole. So I now hand over the session to Dr. K. Padma, one of the co-coordinators of this STTP.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning, sir. Ramasudha, ma'am, good morning. And participants, a very good morning to one and all. Sir, actually, this program has been initiated to conduct in a three phases, sir. So that too in face-to-face mode, but due to this pandemic situation, so it has been turned to virtual mode. So till now, the phase 1 and 2 we have already completed successfully, sir. That is in November and December months, with eminent and vast experience speakers like Hema Chandra Reddy Garu, APSI chairman, and K. Rammohan Rao Garu, vice chairman APSI. And with you also, we have taken 2 sessions, sir. And our registrar sir also has taken 2 sessions. And of course, he is also there with us for this program also, sir. And Professor Pradeep Kumar Garu, who is holding as a director IIT Hyderabad, and with many other personalities, sir, we have successfully completed the phase 1 and 2, and this is the last and the third phase. So in this also, with the request of many participants, we have invited good speakers like you, sir, Ravi Kumar, sir, Honorary Professor IIM Bangalore, and our incubation center, AU Incubation Center, Sri Ravi Ishwarappu Garu, who is good in this kind of personality development programs, and he's also well aware about these startups. So we thought of to invite sir also. So because of that, sir, we have invited sir also. And the other professor, Murali Krishna Garu, JNTU Kakinada sir, who authored many books on the personality development themes. And Professor D. Lalita Bhaskari Garu, Professor K. Ramesh Babu Garu in AU. And we thought of to make the program more and more interesting, even with the Brahma Kumaris. So we invited them also. Like Professor Saraswati Madam, who is retired professor in JNTU Vijayanagaram, and Miss Hemalata Garu and Vaishnavi Garu. So they are very good at giving the lectures in this kind of programs. So this is our resource persons thing, sir. And I request, participants on the last day after completion of these sessions, we will take the feedback from you, and we will conduct the exam. So based on this 2 criteria, the certificates will be issued. So this is the program schedule. So I request all the participants to make use of these sessions to build your personalities in a better way. So now I request Manogna to introduce Professor Ravi Kumar sir to participants. So Manogna.
Madam.
Yes, please.
Yes, madam. So Good morning, Kumar sir, and good morning to
Good
all the
morning.
participants. Good morning, sir. I take the privilege to introduce Professor R. Ravikumar Garu, today's speaker. Sir has over 40 years of teaching, training, consulting, and research experience in the fields of organizational behavior and human resources management, in addition to wide-ranging academic administration. Prior to his joining IIMB in 1986, Sir was associated with Andhra University, Usmania University, Berhampur University, and Government of India's Center of Excellence UNIDO. He has been recipient of fellowships from European Foundation for Management Development and Association of Management Development in South Asia. His research articles have been published in national and international journals and were shared in several conferences and seminars. His collaborative research has been published as a book named Shaping Business Leaders What B Schools Don't Do, Sage 2008. Another co authored book is Organizational Growth and Success, a case research study, which has been released by then Cabinet Minister of Power, Government of India. This unprized book is being used at many business schools across India as well as abroad, with the shared copyright to use any part of it for classroom discussion. Serving as a visitor professor at Barcelona and Oman universities. On 31st May 2019, due to superannuation, Dr. Kumar rem- remitted, uh, demitted his office at IIM Bangalore. Currently, he holds office at honorary professor at School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad, Hyderabad. At Engage, member of several apex decision-making and policy formulating bodies. He was also involved in developing digital format educational movies for teaching teams in organizational behavior employing videos. He's the first academic to be featured at BBC for the work done on gender diversity 1999, first academician from IIM community to be part of apex body of AICTE, Government of India 2007. He's the first among IIM professors to teach MBA students of Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. First among IIM professors to become honorary professor at School of Management Studies at Central University, University of Hyderabad. Thank you, madam, and thank you, sir. Uh, I give over to Padma, madam. Madam, madam, your phone is on mute, madam.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Manogna, for introducing sir to our participants with your
Thank you,
good
madam.
words. Thank you so much. So I request participants to stay tuned as the sir left due to some network issues. So just few minutes. Give us few minutes. Sir will come. Okay. Sir.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, I know the
Uh,
server went down. I'm sorry about it.
Okay, no issues, sir. No problem, sir. Sir, actually, 117 participants are registered for this program, sir. So out of this, at present, so 55 participants, 54 participants are in the online. Our participants are mostly students, sir, faculty and mostly students. So this is the simple biography of our participants. So I request sir to start the session. So thank you, sir.
No, what about others? They may join or they'll look at the recording. What is the system?
Actually, YouTube link also we have given, sir.
Okay.
So I think some are in the YouTube link.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You
They
want me
they
to
they'll
start?
be
You're the
watching
boss
it.
now. Whatever you say.
So we'll start, sir. No issue,
No,
sir.
you're the
We'll start,
boss.
sir. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a pleasure to be associated with our university. Why am I saying our university is all my degrees have been in my life from Andhra University. My BCom, my MA in psychology and parapsychology, my PhD, all of them have been from Andhra University. Second, I started my career at Andhra University by teaching in a department which does not exist now. It's called IRPM. It was Industrial Relations and Personnel Management. So I hail from Vizag. So Vizag has gone with me. I have gone with Vizag. Andhra University has gone with me, and I have gone with Andhra University. So let me first congratulate Andhra University for organizing series of programs under the funding for Atal, primarily meant for the development of faculty and students. So my congratulations to Andhra University, and I hope and pray that Andhra University will scale new heights. And an interesting emotional note is in another 4 years, we shall be celebrating the centenary of Andhra University. I don't know how many of you know that. Andhra University was established way back in 1926. It started in Vijayawada. Of course, later moved to Vizag. So, as I said, my association with Andhra University started because of my BCom, which started somewhere in 1972. As I was told, I have worked for quite some time in several institutions. Universities include Andhra University, Usmania University, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Berhampur University. Then I worked in an institution called, now it's called NIMSME, National Institute of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, which is earlier known as NICET. Prior to that, it was known as CET, Small Industry Extension Training. And I'm told there are a good number of final year students of MTech. This institute is recognized as a center of excellence by UNIDO way back in 83 for the pioneering work in entrepreneurship, what now everybody in budget, prime minister, every chief minister talks about entrepreneurship development. Different words are used, incubation and all that. This institute is an internationally known institution for the development of entrepreneurship. And after that, I came to IIM Bangalore way back in 1986. So I worked there for say about 35 years. I retired as a professor, in any sense a professor from Andhra University. Now I hold two offices. One office is at School of Management, University of Hyderabad, which is also known as Central University. The second one is at NALSA, School of Management, National Academy of Legal Sciences and Research, which is also in Hyderabad. This is simply about my background. The topic which I'll be spending time with you till 11:30, that's the indication Dr. Padma gave me. I understand I have been given a time slot. Then the participants are predominantly final year students and some faculty members. So I'll try to give a focus to the students mostly, but that does not mean that we'll ignore the teachers, because if there is no student, there is no life for teacher. It's like fish and water, right? Old batches of students go, new batches will come. So new water comes, but the fish is there. Fish has no existence, no value without water. Same way, teacher has no value or existence without a student. And according to me, any teacher is a lifelong student. Well, in some places when I'm introduced as Kumar is a very learned professor, I tell them with folded hands, please don't say that. Learned means I've stopped learning. My job is to learn with the help of students so that I can help students. So the topic for today's discussion, which as I said, I'll try to make it applicable to a large number of students who are in final year students, is to discover self to leverage for growth and development. We are not discovering self for what I call it as quote unquote philosophical purposes. Discovering self is not also for academic purposes. Discovering self is not to be a kind of an evangelist to spread the message of a particular school of thought or a religion. The purpose of this session is to learn how to leverage whatever you have discovered about yourself. For what purpose? To grow and to develop. I'll try to explain the inner meanings of each one of these words. I'll tell you what is all about. I'll also tell you different approaches that are available. Then, how can we go about? This is going to be my breakup of sessions. However, I will give focus to the final year students. If you are in a final year student, whether you look at it from a student's perspective. From a student's perspective, the purpose of education is employment. All of us join a college, join a university, do a bachelor's program, do a master's program, do a PhD program. We do all of them with one thing in mind. To me, this is the most pragmatic approach. We want to get a qualification so that it will enhance our employment opportunities. Most of us have this objective. There may be some people, I want to study for the sake of knowledge. Some people say, I'm studying because my father is insisting, my mother is insisting. Somebody might say, I joined this course because my girlfriend joined, my boyfriend joined. But they're very, very small group. I'm not going into that. Now, if I stay focused on what is going to happen for the final year students is at the end of the final year, while the final year is still going on, you may have what is called placements, whether they're campus placements or off-campus placements. You have what is called a job interview. This is in terms of employment. There is another way of settlement in life. This is a very typical Indian expression, as is settled in life. Settled in life has two components in India. One is getting a job. Second aspect is getting married. A person might be having a job. The next thing that happens is the parents or he himself nowadays will try to settle in life for the second time. That's the second aspect, by getting married. So whether you are having a job interview, whether you're attending a matrimonial interview, one thing is certain, you have to face. One common question that we be asked is, tell me about yourself. What do you know about yourself? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? This is a very, very typical question for which, incidentally, there is no right answer. But how convincing is your answer would determine your success in that interview. As I said, there is nothing called a right answer or a wrong answer to the question, what do you know about yourself? Or tell me about yourself. You can say anything, but however, what is looked for is a sense of ownership. How much you own it. To put it in a different way, how truthful are you? Is it visible in your behavior? Can you substantiate? So, one of the most important aspects in life, from a pragmatic point of view, is to discover self. Now, there is more than one approach to understand self. Now, why I'm using the word discovering self in a very broad sense is, all of us, quote unquote, have to manage ourselves as well as others. So managing can happen only when, what is management? Managing self means what? It has got a couple of components. Managing self means, can you direct yourself? Can you take yourself where you want to go? So that is what we are saying, direction. Can you control yourself? You have a temptation to say other guy is an idiot. But can you control that? Can you control? You feel like kicking somebody, but can you control? Can you control your anger? Can you contain your desires? Okay. So first is, if you want to management has got more than one component. What are these components? Component one is, can I direct myself? Can I take myself to the goal which I have set? That is called directing. Second is, can I control myself? Can I control myself? Right? As I told you, it could be controlling your emotions, controlling your actions, controlling your desires, controlling any aspect of your behavior. Two. The third one is, can you prevent? That means you want to take a step, but it's related to control, but it's not control. Preventing is a kind of ability to apply brake in an automobile and press the clutch simultaneously. Controlling is just applying a brake. That's the difference. I'm sure most of you drive a two-wheeler, if not a four-wheeler. When you want to apply brake, controlling has its own implications. If you apply brake, the vehicle might stop, the engine might get stopped, but all this will happen with a jerk. If you want to brake smoothly, you should know, if it is a geared vehicle, you have to press clutch. Of course, if you have a two-wheeler with an auto clutch, you don't have to. So, directing, controlling, preventing. There is another important aspect which most of us don't realize. This is called prediction. Can I predict myself? Can I predict about others? Whatever I said about myself is applicable to others. Can I direct others? Can I control others? Can I prevent others? Can I predict others? Can I direct myself? Can I control myself? Can I prevent myself? Can I predict myself? All these four aspects are the four dimensions of managing anything, managing self, managing organization, managing the country, managing globe, whatever. If that is understood, all this can happen only when you understand. So understanding the world is important before you want to direct the world, before you want to control the world, before you want to prevent the world, before you want to predict the world. I hope you got the link. The next, all this is based on how much you know. What is your knowledge? How do you gain knowledge? Only by discovering. Discovering means, simple English, it is there, but you did not know its existence. Discovering is different from invention. Please understand this subtle difference. Somebody discovered America. Columbus discovered America. Christopher Columbus. Was it not there before? It was there, but it was not known to the world. It is known only to the people who are living there. Similarly, a doctor discovers a disease in you, diagnoses. You have it, you know it. But when you go for a checkup, doctor will tell you what is wrong with you. You know that something is wrong with you. So discovering means, simple as I said, it is there, but you are not aware of its existence. So discovering, understanding, being aware of all the words that mean the same with a slight difference. Now, what is all this about? I don't know how many of you seen a film recently called Most Eligible Bachelor. Most Eligible Bachelor film tells you the importance of discovering yourself. Now, there are many approaches to understand. Broadly classified as a local approach and a global approach, or Indian approach and a Western approach. I'll try to maintain a balance of these two in my session. I will use both of them because if you want to see a coin, if you see it only from one side, you see either head or tail. If you want to have a better knowledge, you have to learn to change your angle, change your perspective. So what is the Western perspective and what's the Eastern perspective? What is the Indian perspective and what is a non-Indian perspective? What is a local perspective? What is a global perspective? Okay. Now, I hope I'm clear. If any one of you have any doubt, please stop me. Can I continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you might say that why can't I take a philosophical approach? You can take a philosophical approach. Philosophical approach is very simple and straight. You have to understand what is the purpose of life. You have to understand what is the purpose of life. The Telugu word that is used is Vedanta. Close to, but it's not, but let's take that word. The end of Vedas. Vedas are supposed to be a repertoire of knowledge about you and about everything around you. Contrary to popular belief, Vedavyasa has not written Vedas. Vedavyasa has done what is called a classification. And he said there are 4 Vedas. That means whatever body of knowledge was existing, he has put them in 4 groups and gave the responsibility of its propagation to one of his students. Okay, there is a reason for me to talk about this. Just hold it. So this is perhaps one of the most ancient approaches of classification or categorization of knowledge of self. According to the Indian Vedanta, self contains universe and universe contains self. Please understand. There is universe in me and I am in the universe. So to know this, the end of it, the ultimate of it is what is called Vedanta. Vedavyas, as I said, classified the body of knowledge into 4 Vedas. Yuju Veda, Atharvana Veda, Rig Veda and Samaveda. Let me not go into that. That's not important. But if you know that these are 4 Vedas, and if you also know that Vedavyasa has not written anything called, he was called Vedavyas, Vyasa Bhagavan, precisely because he is the first man who categorized the body of knowledge. Now, if you take a philosophical approach, which I will just mention for a minute, and I'll close that. How do I know the path I should take? What is a standard for me to follow? Now, the Indian philosophy says that there are more than one method. The first method is known as Shruti Pramana. Whatever Vedas have said, because Vedas were learned by listening. Learning by listening is one of the most ancient, even today practiced method of learning. What you're doing is actually learning by listening. I'm not there physically, but you're listening me through technology and learning by listening. This is called Shruti. Whatever is said in Vedas, follow that. That's your roadmap. If you want to discover yourself, follow what is said in Vedas, you can discover yourself. If you want to discover the world, follow what is said in So it is called Shruti Pramana. The second one is what is known as Smriti Pramana. It is difficult to understand Vedas. It is written in a very chaste Sanskrit. So some of the scholars at the time have distilled it and wrote Upanishads. And that has become Smriti Pramana. Smritis. Manusmriti is one. Yajnavalkya Smriti is another. So they distilled it. So they made what is difficult easy for us. So Shruti Pramana, Smriti Pramana. The third one is what is called Purana Pramana. Path to be taken by any civilized society. That is the meaning of the word Purana. Ana means path. For example, it's called Chandrayan, path to moon from earth. Ramayan, the path taken by Rama. Purana, path to be taken by any civilized society. Pura means civilized town. So the third Pramana is Purana Pramana. The fourth Pramana is Guru Pramana. You accept somebody as your teacher. Teacher, again, an inadequate word to explain Guru, but I'm just saying it. A knowledgeable person, more knowledgeable than one's own self. You accept and implement whatever he says. The last one is what we call it as Atma Pramana. You don't know anything. You just do what you feel like. I don't know how many of you remember seeing a film called Kannappa. It's about 25 years old film. It is related to a pilgrimage called Sri Kalahasti. For example, when we are talking about discovering self, I don't know how many of you know why the language, my mother tongue and perhaps a mother tongue of most of you, if not all of you, is called Telugu. Why it is called as Telugu states present Andhra and Telangana together, even today are referred to as Telugu speaking states or Telugu states. What is the word Telugu mean? Telugu originally came from what is called Trilinga. There are 3 Shiva Kshetras in current Andhra Pradesh, even the undivided Andhra Pradesh. These 3 places, one of them is Sri Kalahasti, other one is Draksharamam, the other one is Sri Sailam. So 3 lingas. You discovered about Andhra Pradesh now. You discovered about the root of the word called Telugu. Okay. Now, Kannappa is one of the devotees of Shiva who is not at all educated. He is a tribal, but he attained what is called Shiva Sayujya or the moksha by following the method to reach God. Though he's not educated, he did not follow Veda Pramana, that is Shruti Pramana. He did not follow Smriti Pramana. He did not follow Purana Pramana. He did not follow Guru Pramana. He followed what his inner self told him. He discovered himself and accomplished his goal. So why I said this is a typical Indian philosophical approach to understand, discover self. Why I said this is, it is worth knowing very shortly. Let me move on to the other approaches. Let's take, for example, the genesis of discovering self is the dialogue between Rama in Ramayana with his teacher called Vasishtha. And the discussions are called as Yoga Vasishtha. Or in Ramayana, you look at the dialogue between Vishwamitra and Rama. Right? Vishwamitra tells, all the weapons that I've acquired with great penance are useless. I have learned, I've discovered myself. When it comes to conquering myself, use the word conquering. Self, arrogance of self, what is called ahankara. He could not come out of the pride he has in himself. So he felt the futility of all the weapons. Okay? You look at the purpose of Govinda's Gita. It's called Gita Govinda. You saw a film? It is the Gita given by Govinda. It's nothing to do with that film. That film has nothing to do with that. It's perhaps two characters. But here, Krishna's Bhagavad Gita primarily tells you the importance of listening to your inner voice. There is a sloka which starts with Swadharmeni Nidhanam. Swadharme Nidhanam. Swadharme Nidhanam. Paradharmo Bhayanaha. It was used in a film called Saga Sangamam. If you want, you can do a little bit of Google search and get the meaning of and the full sloka. You'll be surprised to know the first person, highly respected philosopher, saint, known as Adi Shankara. He talked about the importance of discovering yourself and conquering oneself. He used an, I don't know how many of you are familiar with his experience of an untouchable. While Shankara was walking on a road, he bumped into a person who belongs to a particular lower caste. And he asked him to move out of his way. So that quote unquote Chandala said, "Sir, what do you want to move? You want me to move or you want the God in me to move?" That was an eye-opening experience. What we call it as a discovery, Eureka, to Shankaracharya. And he said, "I have learned now that there is God in everybody." Okay? And the same Shankara, in one of his kavyas called Shatpadi, which means a living creature with 6 legs. It could be a honeybee. It could be Brahmara. It could be a human being. For example, Indian philosophy tells you becoming aware of the 6 inner enemies, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya. If you discover the existence of these 6 quote-unquote durgunas, evils in you, you can conquer yourself. Shankaracharya, in the first sloka, in the first line of Chatpadi, what he says? Avinaya, Apanaya, Vishnu. Vishnu means God. Okay, it's one word named to the God. He says, the meaning of this line is, take away from me. Apanaya means distance me from. Avinaya, being disrespectful. Vinaya, avinaya, not having respect to others, respect to myself. Right? The recent, perhaps, approach you can look at is Ramana Maharshi, who talks about the importance of introspection. What are the different methods and what are the different ways of introspection? Introspection is nothing but looking into your own self. Try to see your own image through your own eyes. It is also called Antahdushti, Atmadrushti. There are several words used, but I'm giving ability to see my own behavior dispassionately. Let me talk about much more recent, Indian, but globally known Indian, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. His book on experiments with truth are nothing but ways to discover self and to leverage for growth and development. He is the person who coined 2 important aspects. Expression of oneself truthfully. Agraha means expression. Expression of oneself truthfully. The importance of Satya Agraha. And he's the person who talked about the power of non-violence. Right? For example, it is unwise to be wise with unwise person. If other person is Britishers were exercising violence, they're forcibly making us their slaves. Gandhi said, non-violence is more powerful than violence. That's how he differed with Subhash Chandra Bose. Let's leave it there. There are 2 people from my field called psychology. One is Maslow. who talked about the importance of self-actualization. Self-actualization is referred to as the stage of nirvana. And Maslow has quoted extensively M.K. Gandhi, the importance of retaining one's full potential. This will not happen unless you discover yourself, right? When you feel that you reached a stage that there is nothing, no room for growth, no room for development. Will it happen? We'll come to that later. The another person who comes very handy for us to understand is a person called Carl Rogers, who belongs to a school of thought called Humanistic School of Thought in Psychology. He is significantly benefited from the Gita and on his own admission and some of the Indian philosophical positions. And he is the person who talked about the concept of self, what self means. So you got an idea about now what is self, right? Self is, what do you mean by self? And what do you mean by discovering? Self means something that exists between between womb and tomb, between birth and death, between the first breath and the last breath. You know, all of us know when we are born, the first thing we do is crying, birth cry. And if the baby doesn't cry, it's a tension for the gynecologist. It is a tension for everybody in the delivery room, in the delivery room, right? Now, there are methods to make a baby cry. Crying means you are taking your first breath. That's the first step of your independent life. Death is your last breath. One way to understand self is understand three words that start with F. We call this as 3 Fs: facts, feelings, and fuzzy. There are certain facts about yourself. There are certain facts about others. There are certain facts about the world. Sun rises in the east. It's a fact. Right? Fact is something that cannot be refuted by anybody. Second one is feelings. When you see a sun rising, what impact it has on you in terms of your inner expressions. That is called feelings. Feelings are not facts. Please understand. Feelings are the result of a fact. If you understood what's a fact, we'll revisit this. If you understood what's a feeling, when you look at somebody, when you meet somebody, you're warm about them. You feel like you feel happy about it. You will say, glad to meet you. That's the feeling. Glad to meet you is an expression of a feeling called emotion. Remember, there are many things. There are many things you have to remember that it's not white, it's not black, but it is gray. And these are called fuzzy. Fuzzy means A is equal to B, B is equal to C, A is equal to C. No. A being equal depends on. Excuse me, somebody who is talking. Shall I stop talking, please? I would request all of you to mute your mics.
Okay.
I'll wait till there's silence, sir. If there is a question to be addressed to me, please address. Otherwise, please mute your mic. I see Mr. Majji Govinda speaking. Sorry. Can I continue, please? Can I continue? Madam Padma, can I continue? Silence is a mode of acceptance, though it is illegal. Let me continue. So what am I saying? I'm talking about self means discover. Self means there are certain facts. There are certain feelings, and everything is not black and white, and it may happen, it may not happen. So this is called fuzzy. Okay, now we talked about what exists between birth and death. Death is self. There are three types of deaths. Most of us think there's only one type of death. I'll explain. One is called as a cardiac death. That means heart stops. Instantly, even after the heart stops, there is life in a human being for a few minutes. Brain is still active. That's why we use a word called heart dead or brain dead. If it is a heart death, you can revive that person. In many films you must have seen, novels you read, the accident happens. I think this is also done in Attaventi Davedi, if my memory is right. Pavan Kalyan takes Ravu Ramesh in time to a hospital. That means his heart stopped, but his brain is still active. They could revive him through certain medical procedures. So one is a cardiac death. There is a brain death. Once you are dead by your brain, if your brain is dead, no medical science can bring you back to life. The third category is behavioral death. Behavioral death is the time when you may be biologically alive, you are cardiacally alive, neurologically alive, but you're behaviorally dead. What do you mean? You can't think, you can't feel, you can't act. Thinking, feeling, and act are three important aspects of self. The thinking could be about my own self, thinking about others, thinking about my future. I'll give you one simple example in 2 minutes' time. Feeling and acting. Right? Acting, you can add another word if you want, reacting. In other words, if you can't learn, that means you have no ability to learn either from your experiences, either from yourself, or from others and others' experiences, or from the world, we say learnability is zero. Then he is behaviorally dead. We stop learning only when we are biologically dead. That means cardiac death and neurological death. Now, what do you mean by growth? Growth is there is aging in you, there is a change in your size, but that does not serve any purpose. Is that understood? For example, if you talk to an old person today, he says, our country might have grown, but the country has not developed. There's lots of advancements in science and technology, but has it made my life more peaceful? For example, you may be rich, but you may not be wealthy. You may be wealthy, but you may not be magnanimous. Magnanimity is the ability to use your resources to enhance happiness in somebody. That's the purpose of life. What is development? So, as I said, my topic is discovering self to leverage growth and development. I told you just now what is self, what is discovering self, what is growth. Development is purposive growth with multi-purpose approaches. Purpose becomes dynamic than being static. That means you don't have one goal, you have multiple goals. Once you attain one goal, you might move to another goal. At the same time, your earlier goal undergoes a change. I don't know how many of you remember an advertisement called a Dil Mange Mo. It's a soft drink advertisement, wherein the more you have, the more you want to have. For example, you take earning money.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello, sir. Hello,
Sir,
sir.
you're on mute, sir.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir,
You
you
have
are.
to mute your mic, sir.
Okay,
Sir, please
now,
unmute your.
no,
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know
Now
how it
it's
happened.
audible, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
now
now it's audible.
what is the last sentence you heard from me? I'll go back to that. Hello? Hello? Can somebody tell me what is the last sentence you heard or last point you heard from me?
Yes,
ये
hello,
दिल
sir.
मांगे मोर
Okay, Dil Mange Mo. Okay, fine. I'll start from there. Okay, fine. that means the more you have, the more you want. That's why we say in economics, man, human being is a bundle of desires. Okay, leveraging means what? You have, but are you making use of it? For example, all of us have mobile phone. How much you use your mobile phone and for what purpose determines the difference. You might have 10 units of energy. Are you using all the 10 units? Are you not able to use? For example, if you have a very popular car called Jaguar, fantastic horsepower and all that, can you use your Jaguar car and go at a high speed in Vizag at Jagadapa Junction at evening 5:30? You can't. You might have the power, but you can't use it. But suppose you're traveling, say from Vizag to Bhimili, and it's night time. You can touch 150. You can go your full potential. So, leveraging means, am I making full use of my knowledge, skill, and behavior? Do I know my potentials? And am I fully utilizing them? When we talk about this, we have to now understand the interconnectedness between three important aspects that are connected with self and the environment around us. One is, do you have a desire? Do you have a desire to drive fast? I'm continuing my old example. Jaguar car, if not Jaguar Rolls Royce. Rolls Royce is known for a silent engine. Jaguar is known for its capability to gain high velocity, right? Suppose you have a 500 HP matchless motorcycle, or you might have KTM Duke motorcycle. First, do you have a desire to travel at high speed? Some of us, we don't have that desire. Suppose you have taken your father on your motorcycle. He does not have a desire to travel at high speed, and he does not want you to have a desire to drive at high speed, because he associates this desire with a possible accident, with no offense to your driving capability. So, question is, do you have a desire? Desire is nothing but a destination which I want to reach, a goal that I want to attain. So, desire. Do you have a desire? If you have low desires, you generally don't put, you're satisfied with what you have. Dil mange mo does not exist. You had it and you're happy with it. You are contented. Santupti. Second one is what is called ability. You might have desire to go fast. Do you have the capability? Have you mastered your skill of driving at high speeds? Do you have the competence to drive it? Have you developed that competence? So please remember, you might have a desire, but do you have a competence? If you don't have competence, if you try to satisfy your desire, It leads to fatal accidents. Fine. Let's presume that you have a strong desire to go at high speed. You have honed that skill in a racing track where there is nobody else. You learned how engine responds when you press accelerator. What happens? There is something called aerodynamics. There is something called a centrifugal force. You understand the dynamics of taking a vehicle at high velocity. So you have developed this skill. Go back to the Jagdamba example, if not Jagdamba, Chikadapalli in Hyderabad, or main roads in any city. You have a strong desire and you have an ability. Do you have an opportunity? Do you have a vehicle? If you don't have a vehicle, your desire and ability is of no use. Let's presume another aspect of opportunity. You have desire, you have a strong desire, you have a high degree of ability, highly competent. You have adequate experience, you participated in Formula 1 races, all that is fine. You have a vehicle. With all these three, on a high traffic time, can you go in the downtown or in the center of a city at high speed? You can't. So you have no opportunity. Now look at these three words. Desire and ability and opportunity are highly connected. If you have a strong desire, you look for an opportunity to develop the ability. I hope you got the link. If I have a strong desire, suppose I have a strong desire to make money, but I don't know how to make money. I look for opportunities where I learn how to make money. Right? That's the beauty of this model. Understand the interconnectedness between desire, ability, and opportunity. The job of a teacher, since I have some faculty members, is to kindle a desire to learn in the students. If I can kindle a desire to learn in a student, he will use the opportunity of learning from me in a classroom. Hence, he will develop the ability. Please remember, growth has a price. Growth has a price. What do you mean by price? For example, staying young. Nobody can stay young forever. Young age is no guarantee of innovation. What is the hallmark of young age? We'll come to that, but one word about you have abundant energy. For example, if a 20-year-old person and a 70-year-old person, if they have to run 100-meter dash, 200 meters, 500 meters running race, look at the energy levels of an elderly person. After some time, he might become breathless. He'll be very tired. That's the difference. But young age is no guarantee of innovation. Old age, on the opposite, does not mean maturity. You might find stupid, foolish elderly people. You might have elderly people who are very, very innovative. They come with new ideas. Okay? Now, please remember, when we say growth has a price, as we grow in age, as you gain experience, you have an advantage, you have a disadvantage. I don't know how many of you remember a nursery school rhyme called Baba Black Sheep, Have You Any Wool? We have lots of bags, not under our eyes, on your shoulders. What we call it as accumulated past experiences. Accumulated past experiences. Your father is more burdened with his experience. Hence, his movement becomes less flexible. Whereas a young person has less experience, has a long future, and he will react very fast. Okay? When we age, our levels of curiosity will come down. Our levels of energy will come down. Our desires will come down. Our learnability goes down. the future remaining will come down. Importance of past becomes more. You become more rigid. You find your baggage heavy. And you find the volume of your baggage increasing. I'll give you a very, very simple example to understand. If a young person who is a student, if he has to move from one residential location to another residential location, how much of notice does he need? Forget about all the rental related problems. How much time he might need to move from one room, bachelor accommodation, shared accommodation, to another shared accommodation? How much time does he require to pack, transport, and unpack? And what will be the volume of his baggage? Compared to him, a person who is married, has 2 children, his father and mother are staying with him. I hope you got the answer. If you have realized that all of us have past, some degree of past, and we have some present, and we have some future. The difference in self comes the way we manage all these three. How do I manage my past? All of us have past. How do I manage my present, this minute? How do I manage my future? These are the 3 important things, whether it comes to discovering self or discovering the world. Now, if you can revisit your past, that's a path to discover yourself. For example, you have written an exam. You have written an exam 4 days ago. Suppose you sit today and go back to your past and start recollecting what was the exam, what were the questions given, what are the answers I have given, what is the possibility of they being correct, what marks I may get. If I have to write the exam again for improvement purposes, what should I do? Such plethora of points will come when you go back. This is called as reflection. I'll come back to the word reflection. Look into yourself. Look at yourself. Look beyond self. I'm repeating. Look at yourself. Look into yourself. Look beyond yourself. This will lead to something called, there are certain things for me to learn from the past. What has worked day before yesterday, what has worked last week, what has worked yesterday may work tomorrow. That is the learning. What is unlearning? It worked yesterday, but it did not work day before yesterday. Will it work today? If it works, fine. If it does not work, I should not do the same thing. That is unlearning. So you have to learn when you have a past. You have to unlearn also from the past. In management, we always say that a manager has a right to commit mistakes, not the old mistakes, but new mistakes. Second aspect of management of past is you can accept, but you don't have to deny or refute the past. I'll give you a simple example. You have to respect your parents. You have to respect your teachers. You have to respect your boss. Whether you accept it as an agenda to follow is different. One common thing that happens when we are young is, because of the socialization, we do certain things which our parents consider is not good for us. You agree with them. You respect, but you can't accept. Please understand that. Right? A lovely example is watching films. Example could be smoking. All those things which are considered bad by elders, we have difficulty. Hence we deny. You say that, no, I've not done it. or you try to wipe out the past. You can't wipe out the past, right? Most important thing is when you have past, we have a tendency to live in the past. Past is over. You don't have to feel guilty. At the same time, you don't have to live in the past. Realizing what has worked yesterday has happened yesterday and it's of no use today is a fantastic learning. You don't have to feel guilty of what you've done yesterday. When the environment is changing, I have to change. Second one is, how do I manage my present time? Most important thing is, can I avoid becoming victim of my past? What do you mean by victim of past? All those people who thought they're indispensable in the world, they filled graveyard, they passed. Nobody is forever. If I live in the past, if I try to do things that have worked earlier but will not work now, I am becoming a victim of the past. For example, when I was a young boy, it was very important for us to refer to dictionary, physically carry a dictionary. We learned grammar of a language. We learned multiplication tables, 2 into 2, 4, 2 into 3, 6. Then we learned in high school and college how to do all calculations manually. We used what is called log books, right? Do you have to do that today? Do you have to insist that today's student has to learn? He need not. That's exactly the point. What is to be learned has changed. How to learn what we learned in the past is changed. When I was a young boy, it was very important for us to learn what is called typewriting, how to manage a keyboard. Now, all of us use laptops. All of us have either physical keyboard or a touch keyboard, screen touch keyboard. But question is, how many of does it make any sense if I insist that everybody should learn blind touch? No. There are many people who can type as fast as me, though I went to typewriting institute. They use 2 fingers. Now, the next generation has learned, they learned about the existence of a technology called voice text. When I speak, I get the text on the screen. So why should I learn that? This is exactly the point I'm saying. Unfortunately, when you become a victim of the past, you insist on following past methods to learn what is relevant even today. That's where the problem comes. Second important thing is, can I live in the present? Can I live in the present? What do you mean by live in the present? We use a word called sensitivity and sensibility, 2 words. Do I have contextual sensitivity and sensibility? I'll give you one simple example. Suppose you're gone to somebody's house for lunch and they're serving food on the ground. It makes immense sense and you should have the sensibility. What is sensitivity is, am I aware of others' feelings? Can I understand the situation? Can I behave accordingly? So what happens here is, I have to eat the food on the ground. So what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to wash my hands, wash my feet, then only sit on the ground and start eating. Why? When I sit down on the ground, the first part of my body that might get in touch with but get close or not in touch with food are my feet. And I would have walked around. Obviously, I got into the car, I came, I got down, again I walked. So there could be some impurities, there could be some diseases. In the current situation of pandemic, why do we wash hands so often? Because your hand would have touched something. We use a sanitizer. So suppose The lunch is being served on a table. Insisting that I should wash my feet is not being sensible. Suppose I'm not using my hands at all. I'm using a spoon, I'm using a fork. Should I have to wash my hands? Should I have to wash my feet? Put it in a different way. Suppose you're driving an automobile. That means where you don't have to change gears. If some of you have a two-wheeler called kinetic Honda, you understand what I'm saying. There's several other scooters which are auto gears. It will not have clutch at all. It's auto clutch. I'll ask you a question. If you're going to an air-conditioned hotel, do you have to insist on a table where there is a fan on your head? This is exactly what I'm trying to say. If you're going to a hotel where there is no air conditioning and if it is warm, you have to look for a table which has got either a table fan or a ceiling fan. This is exactly the point. I'll give you another example. When you go abroad, there is no point in insisting that I eat Indian food. I want South Indian food. I want North Coastal Andhra Pradesh food. You will get it, but you will not be happy at all. That's why there is a saying called, when you are in Rome, be a Roman. Can I change my behavior? Right? The next one is what is called managing the future. How do I manage myself in future? First thing is, future is a hope. There is no certainty. Remember I talked about 3 F's? Fact of the life is, tomorrow is only a hope. All of us, when we go to bed, I did it yesterday night. Since I have this session, I have other work. So what did I do before going to bed? I set up an alarm, hoping that alarm will ring and I will be alive. It's a belief. I'll come back to this word belief. I used it earlier. It's a belief that I will be alive and the clock will ring. There are 4 aspects when we talk about future. Volatility. Volatility means dynamic. It won't be static. What is today will be different from tomorrow. Tomorrow will be different from today. Second thing is this is called VUCA model. Volatility. Yesterday, the price is more than day before yesterday. And today prices will fall. This is called volatile markets. For example, from a student perspective, if you are preparing for exam, most of the times, most of us were known, we look at old question papers. May not help beyond a point of time. That's because of volatility. Because the examiners also go through the old papers and they'll ensure that this paper is going to be different from earlier papers. There is something called uncertainty. A leading to B is certainty. A not leading to B is uncertainty. At times it leads, at times it doesn't lead. That's called uncertainty. So volatility, you understood? Uncertainty, you understood. For example, weather. I don't even notice not. There is some amount of uncertainty. There are certain cities where the weather undergoes sudden changes. For example, Bangalore is a city. It is known to fluctuate. The temperatures will suddenly rain will come. If you go to hilly areas, suddenly rain will come. There will be sunshine, suddenly rain will come. Okay, uncertainty, those of you who live in Vizag, if you go to beach, you don't know, you are uncertain about which wave will come up to you and which wave will not come up to you. You stand in the shore, 10 feet or 5 feet away from the water. All of a sudden, one wave will come and make you wet. That is uncertainty. What is complexity? The third one, volatility, uncertainty, and complexity. What do you mean by complexity? interconnectivity. For example, if there is a patient who has got only blood pressure, it's easy for the doctor to deal with that. Suppose that another person has got blood pressure, that is high blood pressure or low blood pressure, and sugar, diabetes. His health is more complicated. Suppose he has got another person, he has got blood pressure problem, sugar problem, and he has a heart problem. He is a smoker, he is an alcoholic. Now see how I'm adding to all these things. So this is what is called complexity. You don't know which way will take you to the destination. One simple example is if you open any machine, if you open any electronic goods, you'll find lots of wires. You open your meter box, open your switchboard, you'll find lots of wires coming in and going out. You don't know which one is coming, you don't know which one is going out. With the help of, if you open switchboard, I'm told the MTech students, that's why I'm giving this example. Complexity is something that is connected to uncertainty and volatility and unpredictability. But it is different. Complex is highly complicated. If you solve one problem, it will lead to the emergence of another problem. If you negate a problem, it will accelerate another problem. I don't know how many of you learned cycling. Cycling is one of those psychomotor skills which are highly complex. Highly complex. You think, please remember your childhood experiences when you learned cycling. You thought you got the balancing and you tell your fellow who is holding you, leave me now, I can cycle. You'll be able to cycle. But suddenly that guy says, ring the bell. When you try to ring the bell, you'll fall off. Okay, now you know how to ring the bell and pedal, cycle you're moving, but you don't know how to get off from the cycle. You don't know how to get onto the cycle. So for many years, all of us, what we used to do, we used to look for a step or an elevated platform, and we were using that to get onto the cycle. This is what is complexity. The last one is ambiguity, which again refers to the fuzziness. You have no clarity there. So managing future is always defined to have 5 parameters. Future is a hope, volatile future, uncertain future, complex future, and ambiguous future. Now, how do I go ahead now? What are the different steps in discovering self? Before I go into that, let me explain the different methods and different approaches. As I told you, one of the simplest approach to discover self, to leverage for growth and development, and I call this as a fundamental approach. I call this as a holistic approach. I call this as universal approach. It's neither Indian nor Western. It came from several thoughts. Very, very simple. Take a pen and paper. Take a pen and paper. Write a letter called A. And see whether you can think of certain words that will help you ask a question and find an answer. For example, aspirations. What are my aspirations? What I aspire to become. Second, attitude. What is my attitude towards myself? What are my attitudes? Attitude towards myself, attitude towards university, attitude towards Jagan Reddy's chief ministership, attitude towards people, attitude towards Pushpa film, attitude towards Allu Arjun, attitude towards Chiranjeevi, attitude towards Pavan Kaya, attitude towards music, attitude towards politics, anything, attitude towards America. The third A you can think of is ambitions. What are my ambitions? Am I ambitious enough? So you take a letter called, first letter in alphabets called A. This is the easiest and the best method to discover yourself. A take a letter A. On first day, try to take one letter and try to 2-3 words. What am I ambiguous about? I use the word ambiguous just now. Okay. Second day or after some time, you have A, you identified some words, go to alphabet B. Beliefs. What are my beliefs about government? What are my beliefs about democracy? What do I believe in? Honesty, pace. That's your belief. Andhra University is a great university. That's your belief. It may not be a fact. Okay? For example, there is something called a blind spot. Blind spot is not the physiological blind spot. All of us have a physiological blind spot. What is that? In your eye, on your retina, there is one particular area. Even though the light falls onto that, it will not lead to a sensation. Hence, you don't see anything. All of us have this blind spot. All of us. Very small area in your retina. Even though the light from an object falls as an image on the retina, it will not lead to any sensation. Hence, you can't see. There is something called psychological blind spots. There are certain aspects of my behavior which I am not aware, but others can be aware. For example, at this minute, I do not know whether I'm making sense to you or not. Whether you're finding meaning in what I'm saying, whether you're finding relevance in what I'm saying, whether you find it interesting of what I'm saying. I don't know. How would I know? I will know only when I ask for feedback. So I need others to let me know about myself. So blind spots. What are my blind spots? For example, I might have a blind spot, which is a habit of scratching my nose. Just now I did it. Or certain gestures, or the speed at which I speak. Suppose I speak very fast, which just now I did it. Nobody will understand. My accent may not be conducive for others to follow. The influence of, I'm purposely scratching now, the influence of my mother tongue on my pronunciation. Every person is susceptible for the influence of mother tongue on any other language he speaks. There's no doubt about it. Some languages perhaps have more influence than some other languages. So go to alphabet B. Now suppose you're done B now. Tomorrow, you revisit A and identify some new words. You've already done aspirations, you're done attitudes, you're done ambitions. Can I look at some other word? What are my activities which I enjoy? Beliefs, blind spots. Can I think of any other thing? Belongings. Then you pick up the alphabet C. Take a word called competencies. What are my competencies? Add one more word to A, add one more word to B, and add one more word to C. What are the challenges? What I find it challenging in life? So there are 26 alphabets. You can go on doing it, and this could be a very, very continuing exercise. I would strongly urge you to do this. Because of this, you develop your own paths of discovery. What are all these steps? Can I know myself? If you want to see the world, if you want to conquer the world, you have to see the world. So, how do I see myself? How do I see others? What we call it as perception. Right? What are the ways of disowning certain negative aspects of myself? I might have certain virtues in me. I might have some, what I call it as, something that does not add value to me. Let's call it for the time being bad habits. I'll give you a simple example. Because of a belief, many of us think if you want to be creative, this is very true of several people whom you know, they get addicted to certain behaviors and we call them as habits. Recently a person called Sitarama Sastry passed away. With no offense to him, very, very successful cinema poet, Telugu poet. Now, he believed that smoking is essential for his being creative. Had he conquered that, which he himself admitted is not able to conquer, he would have lived for longer. So the first step is look into your activities, look into your beliefs, looking into your habits, and ask a question. Do I need it? If I don't need it, I'll take it away from my baggage. Can I make my baggage lighter? Just like when you travel, you pack your suitcase. Depending upon where you're going, why are you going, with whom are you going, for what purpose you're going. You pack your suitcase. Will you pack everything in your wardrobe into your suitcase? This is exactly what I'm trying to convey to you. There is something called evolving. Evolving means continuously you're changing. It's a change that has no end. Death is the only end. Evolving self is, as I said, is a very, very lifelong continuing process. These are two types. One is additive. The second one is called subtractive. I'll give you an easy way to understand an example. What is additive? Have you seen any time painting? Painting is additive. What do you mean? You take a cloth or you take a surface, you add one color on the paper and put another color. So it's a combination of several colors, adding several colors. Or you take on a palette, you mix two colors and get another color. This is called additive evolution. That means you have several competencies, you combine them to arrive at a new competence. For example, you learn cycling. Okay. By learning cycling, if you can add certain aspects, how to handle accelerator, how to release clutch, how to change gears, you can drive an automobile. That is called additive. Painting is an example. There is something called, another art called sculpture. What is sculpting? Subtractive. What is subtractive? What does a sculptor do? He'll have a block of a rock, a stone, with a hammer and a chisel and some other tools. He will try to take away that part of the stone, hence a statue comes out. Is that understood? For example, there could be something else. The Ramanujacharya statue or the Vallabhbhai Patel statue, two big statues in the recent times that were erected. These are simple ways of addition. They are blocks and they add. If you have seen a construction of a flyover in most of all the metro railways, most of the time they use what is called like Lego toys, building blocks. That is additive. You add one to the other. So this is one way of discovering self. Second one is what we call it a purposive approach. Ask a question. What is the purpose of my being in this world? Why am I in this world? Okay, I'm in this world. I don't know why I came. Let me discover purpose in life. According to the Sanatana Dharma or the ancient Indian wisdom, there are 4 purposes of life. These 4 purposes are known as Artha, Kama, Moksha, and Dharma. But it is always said as dharmartha kama moksha, because whatever I want to, whatever purpose I want to accomplish, whatever goal I want to achieve, the first frame is it should be according to dharma. Dharma is something that is acceptable by the society I live in, acceptable to the profession I belong to, acceptable to my parents, acceptable for my role. Okay? Artha means meaning, artha also means money. Kama means desire, need not necessarily be libido. Moksha is, can I become an integral part of God, the ultimate in life? So this is one way to look at it. The more modern way, I'm not saying that modern way has to be in contradiction to the ancient way. No. Look at, there are four important purposes of life. The first one is known as, I'm going to spend a lot of time on this, connected with which what we started. A large number of final year students are there. I use the word called, all of us look at education, or most of us look at education as a vehicle to accomplish employment. The purpose of joining a college, the purpose of writing an entrance exam is to get a seat. Okay, you got the seat. The purpose of doing a course, is precisely to get a great job. That means placements are the most important criterion for success for a student. If you don't get a job after doing MTech or after doing MBA, it does not serve you any purpose. Suppose I get a job after my BCom, a salary, which is higher than a job I get after doing MBA. Is there any point in doing that MBA? This is exactly the point I'm trying to convey to you. So, the first important aspect is all of us do certain things either to attain success or to retain success or to re-attain success. Watch my words. Either to attain success or to retain success or to re-attain success. For example, elections have started in UP and some other states today. What is the purpose? What is the goal of BJP in UP? To retain its government. So it has to retain its success rate. What about Mulayam Singh Yadav party or Congress party? They have to retain, not retain, re-attain. What about new parties? They have to attain. I hope you got it. Either attaining success or retaining success, or I lost my success, I would like to re-attain my success. Clear? You take Rajamouli, a very popular film director in Telugu films. It's popular in other pan-India, whatever you call it. Right? What is his objective? He has to retain his success. Hence, it leads to lots of expectations. So, what is success? What leads to success? I'll talk about it a little later. But for the time being, I hope you understood what is success. Success, please remember, success is highly subjective. The two aspects of success are two dimensions. How society defines success, how I define success. Life is always a balance between these two. I may be successful, but the society might not accept me as successful. I might haven't achieved success, but society sees me as a successful human being. So the first important pillar, first important purpose is success. How successful you are in your life. Second aspect is what we call it as satisfaction. First one is success. The second one is satisfaction. I'm sure you get a difference between these two. Success is different from satisfaction. I talked about Dil Mange Mo. Okay? You have successfully completed one, cool doing. Still, you're not satisfied. So you change the definition of success so that you'll become satisfied. Please remember, success and satisfaction are related, but they're not the same. It's like love and peace, love and happiness. I'm purposely bringing these two words, right? The purpose of love is to enhance happiness. But all the time, love might not lead to happiness. Whatever may be the definition of love. Now, I may be successful, I may not be satisfied. I may be satisfied, I may not be successful from my own perspective. So understand this difference between success and how it is different from satisfaction and how it is connected to satisfaction. The third pillar is happiness. Each one of them can be independent. For example, you can be very, very happy if you know how to detach yourself from the world. This is what Buddha said. Buddha said, detachment from the world gives you happiness. I don't know how many of you heard about the Buddhist philosophy of Buddha. Very simple. There are three things that cause unhappiness for you in life: sickness, aging, and death. That's why it's called sad. Sickness, aging, and death. If you don't have these three, you can be happy. If you're not worried about tomorrow, you can be happy. In Telugu, we use a word very often called tapatraya. We don't know why we use it and what is the meaning. It is three kinds of tapa. Tapa is a kind of disequilibrium, a temperature which is away from normal. Tapaman in Hindi we say, the temperature. Right? Now what is tapatraya in Sanskrit or in Telugu? Three things. What will happen? Something connected with myself. That is one tapa. What will happen to me and my body while I'm living? That is the second tapa. What will happen to me after death? That's why these are called three important things in life. Tapa, traya. Three. Traya means three. One, what will happen to me now? What will happen to me and my body? What will happen to me tomorrow to my body? What will happen to me after my death? So success, satisfaction, happiness. The last one is what we call it as peace. What do you mean by peace? Shanti. Shanti need not be a name of anybody known to you. What is Visvasanti? Universal peace. But please remember, all of us struggle for our peace, our inner peace. All of us may not bother about the universal peace. So success can lead to satisfaction. Satisfaction can lead to happiness. Happiness can lead to peace. You can be peaceful, but you may not be happy. You can be peaceful and happy, but still you may not be satisfied. So several permutations and combinations are possible. For example, let's presume a student has passed in his exam very well, got the first rank. He should be successful. He is successful, hence he should be satisfied, but his parents will say, you have to get a job. So gone. He might take his degree with a rank certificate, but you ask him, are you happy? He may not be happy. Let us presume he got a job. He is happy, but his parent says you have to get married now. whether it's a boy or a girl. Similarly, look at another example. I might have failed in my exam, and I'm so happy that I failed. I'm satisfied with my performance. I won't blame the teachers. And my parents are ready to get me married because I failed. They would like me to settle in my life, if not with a job, with a wife. So my parents might think that my happiness in life is connected with my wife. Possible. Peace. Peace is something that is connected with what is called self-actualization. It is a state of blissfulness. Nothing can disturb me. Nothing can make me more happy. I hope I am clear. Now, how do you understand self? Another method, right? Imagine an onion, ullipai, ulligadda, neegulli, any name you use. Take out the dried leaves of outside, the out layers. You find an onion, cut it vertically. You see different layers. In this approach, we call this as delayering approach. For example, we just finished winter in India. In North India, still it is winter. In Europe and the US, it's still a winter. In winter, we follow what is called, depending on the climate, layered approach. You wear a thermal inside. First, you wear an undergarment, then you wear a thermal, then you wear a wool shirt. On that, you wear half sleeve sweater. On that, you wear a full sleeve sweater. On that, you wear a jacket. On that, you might wear a big long coat. Depending upon the situation, I go on removing one after another. Depending on the situation, depending upon the demands. So, the purpose of this onion model is to help you discover yourself. We take a position. As I said, I talked about Pramanas, what to do and what not to do. This is a decision we have to make in life. Suppose there is a red light, what to do, what not to do at a traffic signal. When we take a position without any knowledge, any experience, it's called you are assuming. A-S-S-U-M-E. Look at the word. You separate it. Draw a line between ASS and you. And draw a line after you. It becomes, I'm making an ass of you and me. Please remember your high school mathematics. Mathematics teacher would have said, to solve this problem, wherein your father has given you some money. From that money, you spent 2 rupees on bus ticket, 3 rupees on buying a pencil, 5 rupees at canteen. And if you are left with 3 rupees, how much money your father would have given you? That's a calculation. For that, your mathematics teacher would have told you, imagine that your father has given you X. That is the assumption. But that's a scientific assumption. So we assume things. Assumptions don't exist. They exist only in our mind, only in our thoughts. For example, if you are preparing for an exam, you assume that the questions that are given in the last 2 earlier exams will not be given. You go to the exam, and suppose this exam paper is nothing but a combination of last 2 exam papers. Your assumption went wrong. Now you can't pass in that exam. So we make assumptions, and we enjoy making assumptions. We enjoy making assumptions. So what kind of assumptions I make? When we make assumptions, when they fail, we say, I thought it will happen. That's the expression we use. Second layer is called facts. We talked about what is a fact. It's a fact that I'm talking to you. It's a fact that you're able to listen to me. Depending on the network you are in, it's a fact that you're able to see me. Just now, I touched my nose. It's a fact that I'm wearing a blue color shirt. It's a fact that I'm wearing a white color tie. Right? These are all the facts. Suppose you're not in a high band network. You're only listening to me. You can't see all these things, but that does not mean that they don't exist. So please remember, there are certain technological limitations because of which you can't see me, but you can listen to me. There are three ways of learning, three stages of learning. The first stage is called, I explained to you earlier in a different context, Sruti Pramana, learning by listening. You don't know the meaning of it, you just learn it. Even today, many people learn many things by listening to radio. So, learning by listening. Some students sit in the class, pretend as if they're listening, but they're not listening. Who is at loss? Not the teacher, not the institution, but only the student. Okay? Now, the second stage of learning is called Dusya Pramana, which is inclusive of the first step. You can see me and you can listen to me. Those of you who are having a high bandwidth, intense network connection, you can see me. So this is called Dusya Pramana. The third one is what is called Anubhava Pramana. If you can apply what I'm saying to your experiences that you had, or if you can connect not only to the past but to the present or to the future, that is called experiential learning. Okay? For example, I'm sure some elders have told you many times, my experience is my teacher. That means the facts that they have gathered because of experience has given them enough of knowledge about how to go, how not to go. But getting facts is not easy. For example, thanks to internet, you have lots of information available, but which one is reliable? I'll give you a simple experience. You go to any news broadcast on TV today. Look at the city's temperatures they give. Across channels, they will never match. So what's a fact? What is available on internet easily may not be reliable. So what you thought is a fact is not a fact. You look at several newspapers. News is supposed to be a fact, but they will present the facts in such a way that they'll give you a different meaning. So those people who read, say, Sakshi, might get one fact about the government, which may be countered by Andhra Jyothi, Enadu, Indian Express, Hindu, Statesman, Times of India. Now, then what is the way to get more facts? Read more newspapers and draw your own conclusions. So I use the word conclusions. This is what we call it as an inference. Since you can't get all facts, or when you have contradictory facts, what do? You try to do in statistics what we call it as extrapolation. God is love. Love is blind. Let's presume these are two propositions which we accept as facts. You know what is the inference? Because of that, God is blind. A is equal to B is equal to C, hence A is equal to C. Hence A is equal to C is not a fact, but an inference. Those of you who have worked in laboratories, chemical lab, chemistry lab, physics lab, zoology lab, engineering lab, you understand what I'm saying. Assumptions is one aspect of ourselves. Facts are one aspect. Inferences are deductions we have made from facts. They come from facts, but they may not be facts. Please understand. It's a fact that I'm an IIM professor. Inference is that I will be highly knowledgeable, not necessarily. The next one is opinions. We take a position which is more not a reflection of a fact or inference or an assumption, but more of ourselves. Opinions are tentative positions we take, right? Which are highly influenced by our experiences and our expectations of self and others. For example, there's a cricket match. You opine. Your opinion is that India will win. You might change your opinion tomorrow, right? For example, for many years, we think a particular film is going to be a hit. It will be an utter flop. You change your opinion about the producer, you change the opinion about the director, you change the opinion about the hero and the heroine. So opinions are tentative positions we take about self, about situations, about others, and about the world. What is a belief then? Belief is a statement that is perceived to be true by an individual, a society, an organization, a country, or by the world. Belief is a statement that is perceived to be true. Parenthood is a belief. It need not be a fact. There's a very popular saying in Andhra. In English, they say, father is a belief. Mother is a fact. I don't want to go anything beyond this. You understood what's a belief? For example, for many youngsters, government is bad. Politician is a scoundrel. Teachers can never be brief. Examinations cannot be honestly conducted. You can't pass an exam unless you do copy. These are all the beliefs. These are all the statements held by an individual, either about himself or about his boss, about somebody other than himself, about a country. These are called beliefs. I introduced another word earlier when we were talking about fundamental approach called attitude. Attitude is different from a belief. An attitude has got three important components. One is information component. For example, if I have positive attitude towards, say, Pawan Kalyan, I will gather lots of positive information about Pawan Kalyan. So, positive information can lead to positive attitude. Positive attitude can lead me to be blind to the negative information. If you have a positive attitude towards, say, Pawan Kalyan, if somebody tells you Pawan Kalyan didn't even go to college, you'll say that's not important for me. And you give 100 fellows in the world who are successful leaders. You think leadership and education not connected. So attitude has got a component called information. If I have a negative attitude towards you, I hunt for negative information about you. Attitudes have got what is called a feeling component. If you have a positive attitude towards Pawan Kalyan, if you hear about Pawan Kalyan, if you see Pawan Kalyan's photograph, if you listen to Pawan Kalyan's voice, if somebody says Janasena, there is a different feeling in you. If you have a positive attitude, you will have a positive feeling. You see smile on your face. You have a pleasant feeling. If somebody is talking about somebody whom you don't like, you have a negative attitude. You see an expression of disgust on your face. Boring boss, let's change the topic. The third component of an attitude is what we call it as action tendency or behavioral readiness. If I have a positive attitude towards Pawan Kalyan, if I have a positive feeling towards Pawan Kalyan, if I have positive information about Pawan Kalyan, what will be my behavior that involves a situation where Pawan Kalyan is coming to my street in another 2 minutes? My behavior will be go and see him. I'll stop all my work. If I have positive attitude. If I have a negative attitude, I will close the main door because I'm afraid otherwise Pawan Kalyan might come into my house to seek votes for his political party. I hope you got the difference. Attitudes have a component of information, feeling, and action tendency. By changing action tendencies, you can change the feelings. By changing the feelings, you can change the action tendencies. By changing these two, you can change the information. The last component of us is what is called values. Values is something that represent your character. Please remember, values are much, much long lasting, much more deeper of your personality. Values are learned. We are not born with values. When we are born with a blank paper. We learn values from our parents. Mother is your Adi Guru, first Guru. That's why you say Matu Devo Bhava. Then Pitu Devo Bhava. Then Acharya Devo Bhava. You learn from your teacher. You learn from your guests. So, values are contrary to popular belief. They are learned. We are not born with values. Values are standards that we keep for our behavior. I will not cheat in exam is a value. I will not take bribes is a value. Taking bribe will make me happy is a belief. They're connected, but they're different. Values can be changed. Depending on your experiences, depending upon your ambitions, you change your values. Simple example, a person who is a political member of a political party will change his values once he changes the party. As simple as that. As simple as that. There is something else called acceptance rejection model. How much of self-acceptance you have? Do you own yourself? Are you happy with yourself? How much you accept of yourself and how much you reject yourself? How much you're working, people find your company is a heaven. How much you find others' company as heaven versus how much others will find your company as hell or you find others' company as hell. Please remember one important aspect that I have not touched upon. I'll just touch upon in a minute. Despite my desire to discover myself, how much I've discovered myself, how much I've known myself, might vary from individual to individual. But all of us will have a component called undiscovered self. There is some aspect of us which we do not know even when we die. What are the strategies? Ask these questions. Who am I? Why am I here? What I am? Where I want to be? What are my pleasure points and pain points? Is my behavior skill or habit? For example, teaching must be, any behavior according to me has to be a skill. Teaching has to be a skill. Driving fast has to be a skill. Cooking has to be a skill. Listening has to be a skill, not a habit. Okay? Please understand the value of 3 R's. In education, we say an educated person has got 3 competencies: reading, writing, and arithmetic. In your journey in discovering yourself to leverage growth and development, 3 important R's are: how can I reinforce whatever I have learned? How can I'm told the engineering students, I'm using these words, that's why. Reinforcement is a word known to you. How can I strengthen my existing strengths? Recalibration. How can I change the units of scale? How can I re-engineer? 3 important D's. Can I be detached? Can I delay my satisfaction so that it gets weakened? Upavasa, sahavasa. There is something called fasting. Fasting is to reduce the desire to eat, not just, and which will lead to a good health. Can I question, defy? So 3 important D's are detachment, delay to weaken, and defy. The next one is, as I told you, Do a data mining. Look at yourself. Look into yourself. Look beyond yourself. Do an analysis of yourself. What are my strengths and what are my weaknesses? Concentrate on enhancing the strengths and owning the weaknesses. It is very easily said to give up. No, giving up a weakness is a very, very difficult thing. For example, I have a short temperedness. Oh, I know that I should not be short tempered, but it happens. What can we do? Okay. I'm exactly at 11:30 now. I'll pause over here. And take any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for carrying up our energy levels in the first session itself. That too without a single slide, sir. So really it was a very motivational speech you have given to us, sir, to our participants and me also. So by matching with the near practical scenarios, sir. Thank you so much. So participants, any questions or doubts, or you can interact with the sir also. Sir is very free. Participants?
One path to discovery is to look at the word question. I quest on. That means I have thirst, and I am here to satisfy my thirst. I quest on, alphabets. If you combine them, it becomes a question. To ask a question, you don't need knowledge. You need only courage of admitting your ignorance. But to answer a question, you need knowledge. Go ahead if you have any question. I don't know whether anybody text me any question. No, I don't think there's a question. There's only some.
Yes, sir. As Akila, she is inspired with your lecture, sir. So she has given a lengthy message.
No, it's okay. I read it.
Very nice, Akila. So you can interact with sir also directly.
No, I just did a DOS operation and increased the size of the text. That's all. See, you can't do it unless you know the DOS. And nobody, youngsters, know what is a DOS. Looks as if there are no questions, Padma.
Yes, any participants, please, you can ask questions. So please come forward fastly. So it's already 11:35. So we have to follow the next session now.
Right, let us leave it there. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So now I request Manogna for a formal vote of thanks. So Manogna.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, madam. I take the privilege to propose the formal vote of thanks to Professor R. Ravikumar, sir, regarding the session on discovering self-leveraging for growth and development. Thank you, sir. Sir, you have explained what is self-management and the steps in taking, directing self and controlling and preventing and protecting oneself. What is the need in changing our perspective, sir? Sir, you have given many examples, daily life activity examples, and many examples from movies, sir. And you have explained a self-actualization which gives peace, sir. Yes, sir, you have explained what are the facts and beliefs and values, and the questionnaire for discovering oneself and analyzing our strengths and weaknesses and analyzing oneself for our growth and development, sir. So today's session was very inspiring, and applying all these steps, what you have explained is necessary, sir. Just listening and leaving is not useful. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for explaining all these things, sir.
Thank you, Ma. God bless you. All the best for all of you. I want you people to be more successful, more satisfied, more happy, and have more peace of mind. Thank you. God bless you. Bye.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So I request all the participants to take break for 10 minutes. So you please join by 11:45. So the next session will be started by 11:45. Thank you.
I'm logging
Sir,
out now. Thank you so much.
yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Bye.
Bye, sir. Bye. So please don't leave the meet. So you can stay for 10 minutes. So the session will be started by 11:45. మనోజ్ఞ,
Yes, madam.
రవి సార్ ఉన్నారా?
Yes, madam.
Madam, I'm there, madam.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, sir.
No problem, no
Sir,
problem.
warm welcome to our program, sir. Warm
Thank
welcome
you,
to our
thank
program.
you,
A very
thank you,
good
madam.
morning. So, shall we start, sir?
Oh, I'm all set. I'm there.
So, now the participants already almost 42 members are present, sir. So, we'll start, sir.
Sure, sir. Sure,
Already
madam. Sorry.
11:50. So, Manogna, please introduce sir to participants.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, Ravi, sir. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the participants today. Sir Ravi Ishwarapu Garu is the CEO of Andhra University Incubation Center. He's director of Schemax Tech and director of Antar IoT, Interview Buddy, Alco Partners, Penafor Tech, TI AP, and chairman of advisory board ITAAP. Sir has totally experience of 22 years in heading business, strategy, sales, operations, and corporate quality across the globe for large corporate. Sir focus areas for devising strategy and leading business process re-engineering, new product or service development, manufacturing, and supply chain optimization. Ravi's entrepreneurial journey started in 2012 and has a successful exit selling his stake in his first entrepreneurial outing. He's currently angel investor and also helping strategy at the three growth stage startups that are all under his purview as of today. His last assignment before turning an entrepreneur in 1220 was head in corporate quality at Tech Mahindra. At Tech Mahindra, prior to his senior management role heading company-wide quality, Ravi was the business leader for managing a 125 million US dollar global outsourcing client from India, China, Hungary, Mexico, and Malaysia. Sir was conferred with awards like the NASCOM Innovation Award, Best of the Best, Chairman's Honor Award of General Motors USA, CIO Award for exceptional performance at OnStar Corp USA. Best strategy among the 80 plus Mahindra and Mahindra Group companies. So worked with the board of directors at Mahindra Satyam in the revival and merger of Mahindra Satyam with Tech Mahindra. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Madam, I over to you.
Sir, so just now
Yes,
we
ma'am.
had one session, sir. So that is
Yes.
by Professor Ravi Kumar Garu,
Yes.
honorary professor in IIM Bangalore, sir.
Yeah, he was my professor at IIM Bangalore, so I know him before. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it was very nice, a good session, sir. He has given lots of energy to us. So with this energy, I request you also to enlighten our participants. So by giving with the small examples or relating to the practical things. So
Yes.
because all our participants, most of the participants are students, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
So and very few are faculty members.
Okay.
So please carry on, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the Manogna for the introduction, and thank you, madam,
Thank
for the
you, sir.
opportunity. Yes, I will keep my presentation more student-centric. Yeah, I think I will do the same session, a similar session. Maybe the content is similar. I will talk, or the slides are similar, but content could be different from what I'd spoken at the last FTP on a similar, this thing on the right attitude. So with my own professor just talking in the session right before this, it's very difficult to keep up that momentum, but I'll try and do justice with the student, more of a student fraternity being on the call now. I'll keep it more to the new gen stuff. I've probably a guy who's, I don't know if I call myself middle-aged, or for you guys could be old age, late 40s is old age for you guys. So I'll try and keep it more to your lingo of ROFL, LOL, and other stuff, because that's what you understand. Like, I'm an old school guy. If I say I have to wish you in the morning on a text as to how are you, I have to type in HOWARE and YOU, because I'm the old school. And whereas you guys would say HR and you, that's the new world, and we'll have to adapt to it. Things change, and technology, along with technology, language, linguistics, communication, the culture, everything brings about a lot of change in the environment around us. So I'll be a little bit more, I think my topics are a little bit more, radical, if you can call it, because I accept and try to be in touch. Because I come from the industry, I run companies, I've run large teams. One example is when, especially running teams, when one of the example, or as part of the introduction, what Manogna was talking of is managing a 125 million USD client across the globe, which is around my team working in around 44 countries, and 70, I think about 75, near 80% of the team. In the 7 years I managed that account, I've never ever seen them ever. So it's managing most of them virtually. So it's that in itself is a challenge. So I bring about that experience, but especially when I left Tech Mahindra, I was a senior vice president, global head of quality, and then next day I'm an entrepreneur and I'm nobody. I'm myself. I can call myself the CEO, but I'm also the attender in my own company. So there's no more all those fancy stuff that I enjoy. End of the month, I don't have to worry that there is a paycheck coming in, and I'm a fat paycheck, in fact, and all that perks are gone. Company given facilities are all gone. You back to square one, and then trying to build your career once again at late 30s or early, just about to getting into 40s, and you start doing this stuff. I did this in 2012. Thankfully, things have been good with me, and having a right approach to people, managing people, because I come out of an IT major and then started off first with an healthcare and then into IT. I currently have an IT, IoT company and a HR tech company. It helped. What I did and what I experienced and what I learned from my bosses and people around me, and the relationships and network that I built, helped me pretty much in my career, and it's even helping me today. Like, for example, in the university, tomorrow we'll have to submit a proposal to the Department of Science and Technology, and it's required that we'll have to give letters from the industry that they are collaborating with the university. And it's based on my past experience as well as my past relationship with companies that I've worked with. It's easy for me. So anyhow, we get into the topic. I know it's been identified under right attitude. And let me share my screen so that, okay. Anogna, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. It's visible,
Oh,
sir.
okay. Okay, thank you. So as I said, I'm a little bit more radical than my thinking and approach. So the topic of the day, when I'm talking about the right attitude and doing the right things in life, I say WTF. I know what you're thinking. Yeah, and I don't mean to intend to use any bad words here, but it is catchy. So it's just that it catches the attention of the new gen. So I've used this as the title of my topic. Okay, WTF. That's okay. Let's get into this thing. So I would say it's all the time is now where it's all about the F word around. And I would get into the slides. I'm not using any bad words here. So to be very clear, we are talking about what's the future lay for us based on how we approach it. So if I go back when I was a student, the way in which things used to happen is totally largely different. Today, the power of our access to technology, internet has completely changed things. It's a different world here. Information flows very free from one to another. Access to knowledge is good in a way. The trends are that eventually you probably can get a degree from an American institute sitting in India, not needing to go there. So that they've changed, and it's going to change further. So technology has brought in a lot of changes, and the way in which I was, and probably pandemic, of course, has also made us to learn a lot of lessons. The way in which we communicate, the way in which the social communication has taken a back seat. That is one-to-one communication, and then what we do is now, like what we are doing this program is, it's a more online, work from home, video calling, VCs and other stuff have become a part of our life. So we started, and maybe hopefully we get back to normalcy. Even we in the IT companies, like I run an IT company, which is part owner of that. And we have about 350 people working for us. Prior to the pandemic, we were having about 24,000 square feet of space. We pay about a huge rental, about 12 lakh rupees per month, about 1.44 crore per annum as just the rental fee. And add to that is the security, the housekeeping staff, the maintenance of generator, power bills, whatnot. I think it's about, I would say it would all amount to about 3 crores of INR per annum for us to handle these things. And pandemic had forced us to move away. For a few months we started, and then we toned down the office from a 24,000 SFT space to about a 6,000 SFT space. And we're largely saving tons of money there. And now if we post this third wave, which really did not, okay, if we call it the third wave, if things come back to normalcy, we would probably be only 25% in office, the rest 75% would continue to work from home. That's a conscious decision that we are taking, because productivity actually improved. People do not need to travel. The travel times are gone. People are no more tired when they reach office after going through a bad traffic, and especially in summer, driving for half an hour in hot sun. Yeah, and they're at home, they're able to give that additional time and energy back to this thing. And that's also a problem for individuals because they're available, just like, I know technology has made work also a little bit difficult. Now you're available 24/7. Previously, when I was young, when I used to watch my dad, once he's gone to the office, he's gone, and then once he's back for good, and he's with the family, and he's for himself, at least for himself and the family, for the rest of the day till the next day morning before he goes back to the office, because there's no way you can reach out, and there's no way. But now it's a 24/7 work environment. So things have changed. So in this new normal, or the new world that we live in, it's totally a different ball game in as to how you have to manage, how do you run stuff. Loyalties towards companies are not there anymore. Especially we're seeing in the last 6 months to a year, we are seeing a huge transformation in the way in which IT industry is going through, because pay packages have skyrocketed. I have issues in retaining people working, like last 1 week, I have 2 cases. One who's working at 12 lakh per annum got an offer at 32. And I have no way to retain. I say, okay, thanks, good. Congratulations. Give me a 2 months of notice period and please move on. I just cannot match it anyway. And there's another girl who was working in testing, was getting about 15,000, was just about the appraisal being around the corner, might move to about 25K. Yeah, I should be moving to about 25K. And she got an offer for 75,000, just a 9 lakh offer for a person who was getting 1.8 lakhs. So difficult to match these things. So these are things that are happening. So this is the new way in which we have to work. So I have also, because of the changing structure of these salaries and other stuff, had to make changes because people's attitude towards work is itself changed. So there's no more loyalty, there's no continuity, but that is accepted because people move to places where they actually want a little bit more money and then want to make a life for themselves. That's fine. I'll have to ensure that I have continuity, succession planning and all that stuff. That's what a business person or a manager should do as an alternate. But I'll also have to find my own strategies where there are a lot of people with this thing who work regular times with companies and then post that freelance. So I have then slowly, from a company with about 100% full-time employees, we moved to about 30% full-time, and then 70% for the IT company that I'm talking of. 70% we have freelancers working for us from different parts of the world, helping us manage stuff. So that's okay. I'm giving this as a baseline because just to understand where I'm trying to head and what I'm trying to talk of, having the right set of mindset for the new generation, or what we're talking about, what's about all this thing in the future. Okay, moving on. We're all here trying to find ourselves. We keep doing that day in and day out, right from the time we are in. Yeah, we know a little bit about ourselves, as probably from a little bit over the toddler, from teens into a college to adulthood, and wherever we keep moving up in the age ladder. And then we still keep finding ourselves. We're trying to find where we fit in because people change, the environment change. We move to new places, we meet new people, the cultures change. When I moved from Vizag to Bangalore itself, it was a cultural change in the late 90s. So when I had to go there for my studies for example, when I was doing my engineering in Vizag versus when I had to go for my research and management education in Bangalore, it was a different set of people, different mindset, even the culture with respect to how you are assessed by your faculty, by your institution. Like, for example, I think the similar culture exists today. What we call in Because people ask me when I go and teach in the university at the MBA department, why is it that we are different? They blame usually the institute or the infrastructure, saying that this is the difference why we cannot become like IIM and other stuff. And there's an IIM right bang opposite the management studies department in Andhra University. The difference between these two cultures out just 2 buildings right opposite to each other. And the inside, the culture of how you are assessed and how you are taught is totally different. Reason is, let's say, assessment. In Andhra University, if I get a paper, I'm writing my exams, and if it's an easy question paper, everybody is happy because everybody gets 80s, 90s, and everybody is happy. But if it's a tough question paper, makes everybody sad. Whereas on the opposite side, in an IIM, it doesn't matter what sort of a question paper, because it's relative grading. If everybody got 90 plus and I land up with an 85, I land up with a C grade or a D grade, I don't know, because it's a bell curve and it is relative grading versus absolute grading, which happens. So the mindset is in a premier management institute, you have to study if the others are studying. Whereas here you don't care. As long as I think I know it and I can crack my 70%, get a distinction in my MBA, I may be happy and I might walk out. The way in which you're given assignments, consulting work, there's that. So there's that huge. So the way in which you are trained and the way which you are nurtured, by the time you come out, your attitude towards work, life, everything changes. So it was a transitional change for me, going from an educational institution where it was absolute grading, and I had to just manage if I got the marks that I have to pass through and all that stuff. Whereas going to a premier institute, even like IISc, it was in relative grading. If the other guy who's working is working 16 hours, 17 hours, I better do, otherwise I'm left behind. And if I get 2 Ds, I'm asked to get out of the institute. So there is, and that sort of an culture or the behavior, the way in which I behave to pressure and competition gets embedded into me as an individual. So that I carry into the corporate. So that's the reason people pay a lot for people coming out of this premier institute, because you are conditioned to work under that situation of high pressure, high competitive thing. It's a dog's race out there, even for placements. It's all that stuff. You're relatively competing with each other at a placement to get that dream company where everybody wants to join, the McKinsey's and the big fives consulting firms, or the big banking financial institutions. Everybody would dream to be a part of, like a Citibank and other. These are all dream jobs at our time, and then wanted to be a part of it. And everybody is competing for those 2 or 3 positions that these guys are looking for. So anyhow, it's like you're trying to find yourself. So we continuously keep asking ourselves, who am I with respect to as an individual, as a member of the family, as a member of my extended family, or you have those are my friends, then I'm talking, or who am I at the work? Because it's basically, it's just not what it's you look at yourself from the eyes of others, is what people say. It's what you think about yourself and what others feel about yourselves really matter, because when you're working with people, when you're especially in an environment where you need to get things done, depending upon who you are as an individual, as pursued by them, also matters, because that's the way they respond, and then it makes it either difficult or easy for you to get things done. So next comes, who do I really want to be? Am I doing things that I really want? And am I, because at the end of the day, what matters is when I get up in the morning and going to work, is it something that I really want to do? Am I happy to do that? Or is it something that it's probably not interesting, not my cup of tea, but just that it's a great package that I've taken it up, and I'm doing it, though I don't like it, which probably doesn't sustain over a period of time. I'll be giving a lot of my own examples out here. So I've in my management, I picked up marketing as my thing, because the biggest reason why I picked up marketing as my specialization is because of the package. And the first job that I picked up was with Dunlop, and it's because it is paying the highest compared to the other jobs that I had on hand. And when I got into sales and marketing and I was selling, I was reaching my targets, all that was fine. I was making good money, good incentives. But I was not happy, because after 3 or 4 months, I've realized that I've been doing things probably which I don't want to do. I have to lie a lot, and we call it, I used to coin the term www.sales.com. And closing some of these deals, especially institutional selling. When you sell to large institutions, especially governmental institutions, you use one of these W's to get your order. So you use either wealth, which is you bribe, or you become friendly with the guy and you have wine. The other W is wine, that is you go to bar and a restaurant, sit with him, smoke. Other W is weed, which is a cigarette, and you probably smoking, and you have wine, or which is the alcohol, and then you sit and then become good friends out there, and you spend for the guy, and then the guy gives you an order. Or the third and the worst form is sometimes people, for a really large orders, along with all these things, they also expect it's womanizing stuff. So these are all things that I've seen up and close, which is against I'm a teetotaler. I don't drink, I don't smoke and other stuff, and I used to hate it. And though I'm doing good at my work, I'm making money, but at the end of the day, I never used to like it. And then one fine day I call up my father and I said, I'm not liking what I'm doing. What do you need to do? My dad, being from the army, he said, so that's again the attitude, right, that you show towards your kids. He said, okay, just let go, come back, don't worry, restart your career. And actually, mistakes like that, it took me about, again, came back, became a faculty at an institution, worked for 1/10 of the salary, built my career back up. It took me about 6-7 years to went to premier institutes, did the right things, then when I was in the placement season for when I was at Bangalore, when companies came, I did not pick up the job that was paying the highest. I picked up the job that I wanted to do. So I worked, I took up of all of this thing, the job that was actually paying the least. I had 3 on hand, I had taken up, and I became an executive assistant to Mr. Chandrakant Birla, which was a great job. I learned a lot of stuff. It was strategy, it was a lot of analytics, mergers, acquisitions, sellouts, joint ventures, Mitsubishi Lancer, Caterpillar India plant in Chennai, whatnot. So it was something that I loved and I really cherish even till date. So introspect as to what I really want to be. It's like you've seen the movie, right? 3 Idiots, and the guy wanting to become Madhavan, wanting to become a wildlife photographer, but being forced into engineering. Surprisingly, when there was an induction program that happened on the Andhra University campus, about 400 people were sitting in the auditorium, and I got in a lot of guys, young guys who are just about 5 years, 3 to 5 years elder to them, sitting there and listening to those stories, who started off as engineers but landed up in something else, and one getting into law, one getting. I was crazy. I was also, after my engineering, did my ICWA. So because I wanted to become a financial technical with a finance background to be able to do good audits. Okay, so, and then I've asked this question to these people. Guys, how many of you are in this room wanting to do engineering but not being here because there's peer pressure or being forced by your parents? I was not surprised to see about more than 25% of people had put up their hand saying that they're not wanting to be there. They don't want to do an engineering course, but have been forced into it because of two reasons. One is because most of their friends are into engineering, so they have to get in there just to keep up to what the society wants you to do. Because it's better to tell I'm an engineer rather than say I want to join a commerce course or an arts course or something like that. And two is the parents also forcing you to get into something because it makes more logical sense from probably or high probability of settling down in life uh, easier. So this is so eventually we'll have to understand that we as an individuals are the decision makers as to where we need to head to, and we are for the decisions that were to be taken initially by our parents, but later I think you'll have to own up, take your decisions and do the right things and be responsible for it. See, we in movies we see successful stories like Madhavan wanting to become a wildlife photographer and getting a chance to work with a guy on the Amazon forest was one of session where the person was successful in doing it because he's done it with a lot of passion. But if you're just trying to pick up and then it's not something that you're really into it, then you again land up with nowhere. So it's that's not what I mean. If you really want to do something, do it with a lot of passion. So you have to be ensure that it is going to create some value for yourself and create some base for you to have a career and into your future. So that means it comes to trying to identify what I'm good at and what I'm passionate about. So what is it that I like and I'm good at? It's just like I like to probably professional I'm good at this something. When you and finally really like it and to uh, stage of being in some yourself and to that you have achieved something in life. So it's finding yourself for some of us. I wanted to become a faculty all the time. After of my yeah my stint at Bangalore and I came back to I had opportunities at QITs and other institutions to work as a faculty. Then again, I thought, okay, then there my faculty and try to find out what it is I should get into now. Then the was okay, you'll be able to understand and be able to make more meaning to what you teach, and the students will more benefited. So when back in the industry, but it took me 28 years to come to university. And today, I, along with running the education center, I also teach here the international and soon probably department. And so going forward, so early stage, which is basically trying to lay the path from now to tomorrow. So what will determine what will turn out to be. So yeah, it's like we all start at the same place in kids. I remember, at least I don't remember much about myself when I was too young and how it all changed. But I remember my kid growing up. That's where she's like all boys. He wanted to drive fast cars and become Formula One racer. That's where he started. He said, "Okay, I want to become a pilot," and suddenly he says one another day,
Participants, please wait for 2 minutes. There might be some network issue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a network issue, and I think I'm back now. Let me again share my screen and then get back. Okay, I hope people can see my screen.
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir, it's
okay,
visible.
thank you. Okay. So talking about formative years, yeah, we continue to this thing. So because you changed roles, I was working for somebody, I was in a senior management role, I changed, I became an entrepreneur. So it is again a new formative stuff for me to become to be an entrepreneur and run the company myself, because today, as soon as I'm nearing the 25th of the month, my blood pressure shoots up because I have to write checks. It's not great to say I have 450 employees to working with me, but it also matters that I have to ensure that by the 31st or the 1st of the month, 2 crores of salaries are dispersed on time every time, the 1st of the month, so you can ensure cash flows. And there are other things which I was not even bothered of when I was working for somebody else. So this is something that so every time I would say reforming yourself based on the change. Like you could be a bachelor to or a spinster, getting married, having kids, you become a parent. So this is all every time you're trying to. That's lifestyle. Yeah, what you say in your as you are passing through your life, but you'll also have a similar this thing as you pass through your career. You start as a team member, then you become a senior team member, then you become something like a team lead, then you probably become a project lead, a project manager, assistant, deputy project manager, like that in a career. Or if it's even faculties go through this thing. You start from a lecturer to an different phase before you become a professor. Sometimes you have to suddenly say head of the department, then you say you become a dean, then you say okay, become a registrar, become a vice chancellor. Every role has its own this thing, and as soon as you get into it, you form and you have to change your approach, your life, your style of talking to people and managing things, because suddenly you're moving from a pure teaching research mode into an administrative mode. So this is you continuously, this keeps happening in your life. So and sometimes you take it up though you really do not want to, and you have to create a liking towards it and do it. So there is no two ways to make it. Okay, the next thing, foundation. We are talking about if you, what is the amount, if I'm trying to do something, if I do not have a good knowledge or experience or exposure, or at least a good knowledge, because a lot of people, especially students, come to me and say, sir, I have a great idea. Great, that's wonderful. I like it. So like I think I had a student come to me and says, I want to start an EV company. Oh, wonderful. Excellent. No problem. Well, so what's your problem statement? He said, two-wheelers, today, the current capacity of batteries are about 150 kilometers. I want to increase it to 300. Okay, great problem statement. So how will you do it? He said, I don't know. Do you know EV technology? No, I don't know EV technology. You know how battery technology works and who are people who are working on it, who have, what sort of research is happening in that area? Absolutely no idea. Do you know the financials around it, and how much of investment is required to set up a battery, EV battery manufacturing, at least a prototype manufacturing and all that stuff? No idea. So boss, better, okay, go get ideas. Of course, it could be an ad, but it's what I had to tell him. So you will have to have good knowledge of what you, it just not, it's like, again, go back to the same thing, Three Idiots, the guy wants to become a wildlife photographer. That's a passion. Of course, great. That's what you want to be. Great, super. But what do you know about it? If it's nothing, then you better, you're in for trouble. You want to become something great, but towards that, you need to, there is a preparatory phase where you are to be pretty good at it. And then you become a good, whatever it is, wildlife photographer or a cricketer or whatever it is. So you better make your foundation strong. Like if I want to become a great tennis player, but I do not have a great fitment regime, I'm not fit enough, I can't play, I get tired in half an hour, and I don't have a body structure that supports a game like that. So it will just become a dream and a passion, but it will not something that will get into it. So matching these two with respect to what you want to be and doing things that would take you there is very critical. Otherwise, just saying that I want to be this, it happens. It used to happen to me also at a young age when I used to watch some movie and then I come back home and then say, okay, I want to do this. Probably that will be there for a day or two. And after third day, it's like a diet plan. It's like a New Year resolution. You start off well on the 1st of January, and by the 5th or 10th of January, everything is gone. You're back to normal. I always try to, maybe even at late 50s, I go watch a movie, I see the guy doing a lot of stuff, at least great workouts, comes out to be in great shape on a movie. I see these guys, and suddenly it gives me, then I probably go onto Amazon, buy that gym equipment stuff. I even did that. I got it into my home for 2 months. I worked out, got probably, I know I cannot become like one of them, but at least somewhere there, I came, maybe I did 50-60% to where I wanted to be, and then I left it. Then again now maybe we had a tournament. We saw the fitness levels of mine were lower. I had lost in the quarterfinals. I said, next year I'll be something else. And then again it started. So it's something that if you do not have the base that you want, that based on which you can build your dream, your structure that you're building your dream, if it's a bad one, it will fall flat. So that's pretty simple and straightforward. We all have a lot of freedom, and in the current world, especially in the new world, you have a freedom of choice. It's a luxury, and I know still a lot of young women, girls, still restricted, but it's a changed world. You can talk to your parents, you can reason it out. And when in my younger days, when if I go to my dad or my mom and say I don't want to do engineering, it's fat one big slap and say just shut up and do what we tell you to do. So there is no choice. So I think the new generation has that luxury of taking that. Being a little bit of freedom and taking the choice of what you want. So use this freedom even when you make your choices, whether you want to attend classes or not, you want to, I'm talking, okay, I'll have to also address the faculty that's there on this session. I'm talking from the mindset of the new generation students. We call it X and Y, which I belong to the X and Y generation, now the Z and the millennials, which is people born around the 2000 and after that. They're a totally new different stuff, and it's difficult. They're not the same. So understanding it's a totally different world, different way in which they're this thing. They're nocturnals. Like for example, in my house, after 9:30, the whole house used to go dark, and by 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm up from the bed. This is a regime that my father, I know it could be a defense thing, but it's what it is. And my mother used to also ensure, but if I go out, if my uh, after I come back, if my play hours are 4 to 6, it's exactly 6:05 I come into the house. It was like I used to get reprimanded. So it used to be like that. And then I study, then I finish my dinner between 7:30 to 8, and again study, and 9:30 close. Today, I would say before 11, or maybe I can safely say before 12, 90% of the students don't even sleep. They're still on their WhatsApp, Snapchats, Instas, whatnot, Facebook, selfie, how many likes, who is starting, yeah, oh, yeah. And yeah, the culture is also changed. That, like, for example, you have to understand that the approach of people, the new generation has changed. Like in my days, if I had something like, if I had, which you have emojis, and if I had today being a Valentine's Day, and if I had sent something which is a love signal, that means I am hooked on to that person for a lifetime. Today it is just like I see my kids sending "I love you" or something like a love sign, just like that, without really having any serious connotation about it. This is very casual connotation. You just say "love you" or just put a emoji with two eyes with love symbols and all that stuff. And probably about 20 years back, it means that you really fallen in love for the person and you are really proposing and whatnot. So this is so. I think technology, and at that point of time when I was a youngster or I was a student, we did not have the luxury of a mobile phone and freedom of expression. If I don't like something, I'll have to better. I don't know whom I have to go to. Sometimes it's my mother. My father, being from the army, was a little bit more this thing, but I found a lot of my friends unable to even express the problems or their sadness or their depression. It's the friends that you depend upon. But today, uh, yeah, you are connected, and the word family, which is biological family, as which is still the same, your parents and other stuff, your siblings, but things have gone much beyond because with the mobile and the connectivity that you have on social media and other stuff, you have a larger family to talk to, and you have to talk to. And if I don't talk to this person, what will happen? So there are so many different things which leads to, we talk of the terms like FOMO, fear of missing out. Take out the mobile phone or internet. Take out an internet from a student or a youngster for about a week. The guy or the girl is dead. They cannot. We did a challenge of sannyasam from the internet, and took about 60 youngsters, put them in a place and said, how long can you last without the internet? The maximum was the 8th day. it's there. Your phone and everything is right in front of you. You have to refrain from. It's like a challenge in a big boss sort of an environment. So the last person on the 8th day did pick it up and then had to check and then respond to. So that's become a part of life. We never had a mobile phone. It was a landline, and getting a landline took 5 to 6 years. Uh, uh, yeah. So it's a luxury, and please use it to a good advantage. And for people who are teaching, we have to understand that the dynamics of how this how students behave and how students act has completely changed, because when we were students, it's very controlled environment. The way in which we teach, it's expected that people sit. The attention spans have come down. Until unless we make things very interesting for the students do not. They lose attention very quickly because of their what do you say? The mind being distracted with a lot of things. When I was in a classroom, I had nothing else to do but to listen to the faculty. But now, when a student is in the room, they have their mobile phone with them, so there's a lot of other distractions that are there, and and there are a lot of things that are going in their brain, their thoughts and other stuff, and it becomes extremely difficult for us to keep them connected and engaged. So next on the slide, FNF. Can anybody guess what is these two Fs that I'm talking of here? In the chat box, please. Anybody guesses of the two Fs that I'm talking here? I'm just waiting for anybody to respond. Family and future. Yamini, okay. I take it, one of it is right. Any more guesses for the other F? I was talking about an extended family. Yeah, that's right. Family and friends. That's true. Yeah, okay, you got it. So, yeah, let's get back into the presentation. Okay. So, friends and families, this is the way in which we act today, the way in which we accept. I think because of the thing that you have in your hand, which is your mobile phone, the family doesn't constitute just your parents now, or your siblings. As I was talking, it much more beyond. Then you have a lot bigger this thing, and then the other part is the friends. So this becomes pretty critical. See, as we say, there are certain people that are always there by your side, a friend in need, a friend indeed, and all that stuff. But the selection, there are a lot of friends who are virtual, but would be a lot helpful. There could be friends who are there. So, but you can't choose your family, but you can choose your friends. So, very critical and important that you choose somebody of your friends, because they change. I think I've seen this in Goa, in a church, and it stuck to me during my industrial tour in my engineering. Engineering, we went to Goa. Of course, industrial tour, all industrial tours will have Goa and sometimes Ooty, Kodaikanal and all that stuff. So why do you go to Goa for an industrial tour? Nobody knows, but we did go there. And then I saw this in a church that we visited, and it said, every road has a friend and every friend has a road. And it stuck to me, which means that you have gone through a different stages in life, and every road that you've taken, school or this thing, you met a lot of friends. But not all these friends stick with you, because every friend will have his own road. Some have gone to the US, some have gone to some other course, some have. So people, school time friends, maybe you had 4 or 5 very close. Out of that, a few are still there. Thanks to technology, now WhatsApp and other groups or Facebooks, and you stay connected. At our time, it was pretty difficult. But even now, you know that your best friend could have changed. Your group of very close friends would have changed over a period of time. So because And that saying becomes very critical, very important, which says every friend, every road has a friend. So every new thing that you take up in your life, new way that you take up, you will find friends. And each of them will have their own road. So eventually you might not be that closely associated over a long period of time. Some of them stick for a long time, some of them don't. But finding the right set of people who can, and the way in which you deal with these people, because maybe it's true, and now I realize that I used to find that very revolting at when I was in my teens. What my parents used to say, they put a lot of restrictions on you. They are the people, they look like villains to you, of course they do. And then when I grew up, that they say, right, when you really go up, have your own kids, you realize that what your parents was trying to do is for your own good. But it's difficult. It's your attitude towards your parents change over a period of time. Your attitude towards your friends change over a period of time, especially yeah, I've experienced it when I was doing great. I was earning a lot of money. I had gotten friends who were there. But when I moved out of my marketing role and that huge take home salary, and I got into faculty and teaching, and which I used to earn about 2,500 rupees a month, which was peanuts. Some friends actually moved away because I'm not anymore spending for their movie tickets, for their parties and other stuff. So you will also learn that the your attitude or your behavior and your this thing of you towards your friend and family towards you and you towards your family also changes. So this is a ever dynamic stuff, and then it's a thing. Okay, another F and F, pretty important in life, are failures and frustration. Okay, so when I started off WTF, and I said it's all about the F word, I'm trying to keep everything uh, using F as my starting letter in everything that I'm talking here. So I'm keeping that as a consistent thing. That's the reason of my topic saying what the F. So please don't think I meant something else. Maybe it does in certain cases, but because when you say what's my attitude towards life, you can say what the F, I don't care. So you don't care, but as long as you are somebody to yourself, at least if not to the outside. So failures and frustrations are part of life. It's not that people, even a motivational speaker or somebody great who comes and sits in front of you and then talks of, let's say, I'll pick some great examples like Ratan Tata. His investment into Snapdeal went boom, nothing. So people do make mistakes. So it's not that you can't expect anybody to be always right. And we learn, and the foolish is a guy who learns from his mistake. But there's sometimes, yeah, on a lighter side, there's certain mistakes that you cannot learn from, or you learn from, but you cannot do anything. Like marriage, most of the people feel it's a mistake, but what can you do? You still have to. It's part of life. You live with it. So failures, it happens right in your college. It happens right all through your formative years. Even what I, after a very successful career coming into entrepreneurship, about 2-3 years, I would say 4 years back, when we launched as a co-founder, launched a student startup, which is basically called Interview Buddy. And then and 6 of us are involved. One student, a 2015 mechanical engineering pass out from Andhra University, who had the idea. He had a similar idea, so we funded it, and we all became good friends. It's like we 6 of us with equal stake, 16.5% in the company. We formed it, and then we took it and we funded it, and 5 of us were seasoned corporate and entrepreneurs who have sold companies and all that stuff. And we had our first mistake or a failure after starting our first startup together. I'll tell you what happened. It is like the name of the startup was Interview Buddy. How it came up was this guy who's actually a student of mechanical engineering, more like what you call as the backbencher. had backlogs. He was not really bothered about his studies, but he had a passion of towards computers and automobiles. So he spent most of the time either working either programming or disassembling and assembling. He was sitting most of the time also in a auto garage with a mechanic, and he was learning things in and out. Now came the time of campus interviews, and the company that came, it was a core, of course, mechanical engineering, and they came in and they were asking him more about automobile. And he said IC engines and automobile engineering was his passion. And when they asked him, they were pleasantly surprised that he's talking things which is just not textbook stuff, which most of the students talk of. But he was talking things and how to assemble an engine block and all that stuff, and what the problems are, why knocking happens, why this happens, why that failed, based on the sound of the engine, how you can detect it. They were so impressed that they said, okay, boss, you're on, you're taken, you're in the company now, and come and please be on the interview panel. That he finished his interview. From the next interview onwards, he was sitting along with the panel, and he was interviewing his own classmates. So, and there while he was doing that, this guy, I'll tell you the name of the guy. He's now the CEO of the company while we are all advisors. His name is Ujjwal. And I think I can talk a little bit about this because his attitude towards life was tremendous. I loved this guy. I still love this guy. So I can send him an emoji with a heart today, and that doesn't mean that it's something else. So Valentine's Day, because in my days, if I send a guy to guy an emoji or a love symbol means something else, but here now today I think it is acceptable. So this guy, he was in the interview panel. He was seeing all his classmates, toppers, those guys who study great, come and talk theory, but when asked about practical stuff, had no clue. Of course, nervous because it's an interview, did not know how to face it, sweating, all sorts of things happening. Especially mechanical engineering, the opportunities are less. And when a core company comes and then you're interested to join, maybe at that time, they were not even allowed to get into the IT companies to sit for interviews. If TCS was nice, they would probably allow you. So they're more under a lot more tension, and they're very nervous because they do not know how to face an interview. So he took that as an input. He said, okay, this is a problem. And then he actually did not join the company, but went for an MS in Germany to something that he wanted to, I think engine design or something like that. He went for his MS, again in core engineering. And one semester into his MS, this guy suddenly, he saw that his seniors who were passing out again had the same problem. And these were all international people from localites in Germany and then Europeans, most of them. And the same problem there. These guys were all nervous when they got into an interview, not very confident about themselves, sort of an issue. And then it stuck to him saying that this is a global phenomenon. It's a big problem. And I need to do something about it. Can I start up? Then actually this, he came back, and there's a student from there. He went and was part of a big startup challenge program, which was conducted by IIT Kharagpur at that point of time. I think 2017, 2000, I remember the numbers. 2048 startups applied. He was in the top 10. That gave him some confidence. He left his MS halfway through and started. He came and talked to us in Vizag. We were a startup nurturing entity called Alco Partners. We help students or anybody, not just students, anybody, housewife, anybody, an existing employee who has a startup idea. I had worked a little bit on it, not like the example I talked about, a student coming and saying, I know a problem and I want to work on this. Was better work on it, at least know the market landscape or know what technology it is, do some basic this thing, have some little bit of a business plan in place, because how much money it requires to do it and what and all that stuff, and then come to us. So if anybody does, we take them. It's more like a mentoring and nurturing and validating ideas sort of a firm or an entity, which we do it for not for profit. It's just out of pro bono basis. So he was there. And we were also the five of us. We were thinking out of the five, one is a PhD from US, and another is a chartered accountant. Both of them built a company to 1,800 people and sold it off. One guy is, I'm telling you, all successful people. Then one guy is a resident of Chicago, moved to India, liked Vizag, stayed here, built 3 companies and running 3 successful companies, and an American citizen. He's still not moved into it. And there's a 4th guy who did his engineering from chemical in Andhra University, moved to MS, did a computer science there, and then finished his computer science, and then worked with Honeywell for 14 years, came back, again did a HR consulting firm, grew it, sold it, and successful. Out of the and the 5th guy was me, a senior management guy, again came out and again building a healthcare startup. Okay, it was 2017, I had a successful exit and made money. But at that point of time, from 22 people, I've already grew it to about 220, 30 people when we all came together. So all people who've seen success in life, along with this guy Ujjwal, and we are sitting and then trying to do and build this company called Interview Buddy. We built the platform, a year together, technology, and we introduced it. We said students will have to benefit because it was all student and nervousness. We put it into the market and launched it great, spent a lot of money, put it into 30 campuses, campus ambassadors, t-shirts, posters, whatnot. In 2 months, we had 23 or 24 paid customers. And did we do it wrong, or we did not go anything scientific? And was it only based on assumptions? No. What we did was a market research. We went and talked to students. We asked them, just in case, if you have an interview 2 days or 3 days from now in a company that's come on campus, and we give you a service to prepare you for that interview with an industry expert who is very likely from the same company and understand the company and probably have done some campus recruitment, and the same guy will talk to you. It's not any other people. It's people who have been in campus recruitment for specific companies in the same sector. Maybe if it is an Infosys interview, maybe I'll put you with a Wipro or a Tech Mahindra guy or something like that. That could be the only variation. And these are people of industry experts with at least 5 years of experience and have done campus recruitment before. So they said, yes, how much are you willing to pay? One is, do you need that service? Everybody said yes. And how much are you willing to pay? Average, the minimum was 1,000 to about 3,000 rupees, because it will be recorded, it will be kept. You will have a report on what you're good at and where you need to improve on. All these things were stored. So the survey came out that between 1,000 to 3,000 people are willing to pay for it as a service. We launched it. It was a complete failure. It was a total failure. All our years of experience and everything gone to dogs. And then we had so now you go back, and what to do? The right way to do it is, okay, analyze where you went wrong. We sat and then analyzed. Then I remembered my own class that we say, right, what we study, it never comes to use. I went back to my class in marketing in IMB, and there was one session where we did also some analysis and research. It was called motivation research. And then I started remembering there, what you actually tell and what you actually intend might be totally different. Very true, as most of you guys being online, you might be saying something to people, but actually you mean something else. Like for in my own days, I had an arranged marriage. If somebody had come and asked me, what sort of a wife are you looking for? I, like any other guy, I think probably it holds, some of them hold true even today. My first thing is I'll say, I'm not looking for somebody who is beautiful to look. I don't care if that with beauty. I'm looking for something called inner beauty. The biggest BS that you can ever hear. It's the biggest, I say, crap or bullshit that you can ever hear. It says BS because what is inner beauty? Nobody will really knows what inner beauty is. So, and in half an hour or 1 hour talking to the person in an arranged marriage, what inner beauty will you be able to assess? The other thing is the person should be as very taking care of my family, very loving, caring, uh, whatnot. So, and need not work. And if I will let her do whatever she wants to do, whether she wants to be a full-time housewife, whether she wants to work, I don't care. This is what I will say, which is an expressed need. But whereas when it comes to the reality, what is there, latent need, what is hidden inside, I'm going to a relative's function, marriage, and I'm trying, or even on now it's matrimony sites. At that time, it was somebody who will get physical pics of the people. So you're actually, you along with, forget about parents, you actually are looking and trying to select a good looking girl for yourself. Which, where is the inner beauty? Finished. First assumption, what you told and what you're doing is wrong. The other thing that you're looking for is the background of the family, and basically you as an individual is looking whether she can earn, how much is she earning. If I move to the US, will she be able to work along with me, or how rich is my father-in-law, how much, and probably a dowry and all that stuff. Even I don't know, guys and all that stuff. If today it might be a little bit different, but all these became important. All that what you said, I don't care if she's rich or poor, I also don't care if she's beautiful or not, skin beauty, skin deep, all that is just expressed need, whereas the actual latent need is different. And that's where we went wrong. We out of all these experience, we spent lakhs of rupees and faced failure, some of us for the first time in life, by losing money, and we had to completely go back to the drawing board and again change it. So I gave you such a long example because failures and frustration is part of it, and you have to live with it and then try and find out a ways. And I would, to get over those things. So next F and F, can I probably guess what the first F is? I look up into the chat box and see if people F and forget. There's another thing that where you have to develop an attitude towards people. Anybody? Are there still people awake? What could be the first F? You have to learn the art of dash and forget. I'm just seeing if anybody is still awake there. Okay, Monica, that's correct. It's thanks, at least somebody is listening. Okay, it's forgive and forget. This actually, it's very important. Don't have any grudge. I know, and when our time during when we used to have problems, we used to have physical fights. I don't see it happening anymore. And then I say probably I tell I sometimes make fun of my kid, saying that if you have to fight somebody, what will you do? Call into Line of Duty or PUBG and then fight there, or Mortal Kombat? How do you fight? Are you troll the person? I don't know what all you do online. So, but okay, people still, you hate somebody because that guy along with you is after the same girl or whatever it is. So things happen. We all go through these things. And over age, as you age, you learn. Even today, I find that there's professional jealousy. Even faculty have that. Somebody is given something, somebody does this thing. People have that grudge. People have that professional jealousy. It also creeps into me. I know this thing. Like something that I'm very passionate is about my tennis, and sometimes I can't take it when I lose to somebody in a singles match, and start pondering over why, what happened, what went wrong, sort of a thing. But then eventually, maturity comes over, and then you want to buy a peace of mind, and then you say, okay, you forgive yourself for your bad performance, or sometimes somebody did something to you, said something to you. Especially, you will get used to this if you're married. So you'll start forgiving. Okay, because you'll have to by forcefully, by another F, which is forcefully forgive and forget what your wife said about you, then or shouted on you or something like that, which eventually buys you peace of mind. So be be calm and cool at all times. So they say, right? Also, people like cool people. You said KWOL, cool people. So just so try to be that cool person. So what sometimes in I think I see students and all the stuff. It's pretty common at my time. Even talking to a girl was a big thing, but they not having a we are more Western now. Not having a fiance is something that you looked upon as maybe you are into. Are you what some problem with you, sort of a thing. So and things that happen, this is where emotions, relationships and all those things, breakups, it's common now. Moving on and all that things is common. But some people, and also I used to use this term fiance with an E in brackets with an N that comes in. So fiance means, it also means finance. So you have to become a financier, especially the guys, to have a fiance. So relationships also, sometimes it's the money that matters, because people say, I know students who, yeah, you know, a father who had a problem with this thing. The guy came home, guy had absolutely, I think, second year or third year of engineering, and says, uncle, I was there when that guy was trying to reason out, saying that, boss, you're too young to take a decision to move forward in life. And that guy gave a dialogue. I still remember, sir, uncle, డబ్బులు ఒక్కటే కాదు అంకుల్, ప్రేమ అంటే సంథింగ్ లైక్ ఈస్ గివింగ్ సమ్ మూవీ డైలాగ్. బట్ ప్లీజ్ అండర్స్టాండ్ దట్ వన్స్ you might fall in love, you might pick up a person, you might do all that stuff, and you might get married, but eventually you need money to keep the person happy, because today it is your dad or your mom who is paying you money to keep the person happy, but later you will have to take up. And then uh, meeting the person for 2 hours and putting your best foot forward and impressing upon the person and then taking them out. But later, 24/7, you have to start spending for the person, for everything which their parents are spending now. So don't be foolish. So these things happen in college, and it happen with your students. So one is for those guys who are young on this thing. So relationships and all these things happen, and but don't get foolish. And if every breakup has to land up in or every time, like your time, when somebody says no, either on phone, on a text. In our time, probably, if you see old movies, the way in which the girl used to say no is to take and give a card, and the girl tears it off. That means you had she did not accept you. Proposals don't get accepted, or suddenly she says, no, I'm not interested because I will do what my parents say. So something like that. So if everybody has to die for a breakup, I'm sorry, I'm being very gender biased, because being a guy, I know the experience of me and my friends who are guys. So I'm giving examples of that. I know girls also go through a lot of emotional stress in this thing, but they say they're more mature and they're very uh, stable, and in their emotions, that they'll be able to handle it well. And it's largely, sometimes the guys, I know, maybe this was the old school where people become that devdas types and all that stuff. So don't be foolish. Otherwise, if everybody who had a breakup will have to die, it's 90% would have died, and then we would have, the population would have already got controlled. So it's natural, and let it happens. Experience it, but please move on with life. For some days cry, for some days maybe be sad, and also get motivated. And I really love that stuff of that song that It's there in Munna by MBBS or the Telugu version of this thing. Next it says, okay, she's gone, she got married, I'm watching her, she in this thing, I'm this thing. But at the end, he says, okay, don't worry, Aishwarya. So the new girl comes into this thing. So keep on, move on. So it happens. So, so that's why I may be meaning it more business terms or this thing. A broken heart means experience gained. So it's a memorable thing and experience. Even I remember my old good days, and I say, okay, I laugh it off now. So I don't even this thing. So how stupid was I at that time, having this crush and this and that and all that stuff. Okay. Big thing that you will this thing, your attitude towards money, you will, before you really you start realizing the value of money when you lose it or when you earn it. I would also say when you earn it. As long as you're living off somebody like your parents' money, you will probably not understand the value, but the sweat and this thing that goes into it and trying to earn it and keep it there, save it and keep it for next, like now I'm earning and keeping money for my daughter says I want to go and do my MBBS. I know she's intelligent but doesn't want to study. So if I have to pay for an SRM for a medicine seat, that means I have to shell out 1 crore of rupees. So I have to keep it ready. So you will know once you get into handling your own life, which is once you start earning, start putting it into your own marriage and your kids and all that stuff, when you earn it and also when you lose it. So be careful and learn the art of, there are 3 or 4 things that I wish I was taught even in my school. One of them is how to manage money, financial management. Never in schools it's taught. Other thing was entrepreneurship. There were other things that I have. That's not a topic for here. But one of them is financial management. People don't teach you the value of money. So the next is, I was telling it's all about, because we are talking about fiance become your finance, you become the financier to your fiance. So, you know only the value of, so because now you lose it on your fiance and later you'll think, then I said, you look at your ex who has moved on, and then you wonder why you had spent so much money on your ex. So it becomes all mathematics and algebra. And after some time, and then you start laughing about all these things that happened. So don't take those things pretty serious. It happens and it's part of life, and you keep moving on. So cricket and move on. That is, whatever you think your broken heart, just fix it together and keep move on. That should be your attitude. For students, faculties and facilities, another F&F, faculties and facilities. Don't complain. This is one thing. The students, especially if students come and complain saying that I have bad faculty, if somebody doesn't teach well, and the infrastructure, I don't have a great library. We used to complain about library and this and faculty. It's finally you are there because like an MBA student, when we used to be in the college and people used to complain, I'm not in IIM, IIM will have this great faculty, great case studies, industry visits, great placements, great that, great this. Boss, you're talking as if you left an IIM Ahmedabad and joined Andhra University MBA. No, boss, please understand, you put in effort so much, finally you landed with something which you deserve, and you're here because you deserve this. So you please don't complain that as if you have left joining an IIT and came to Andhra University. Live with the reality of fact that now you're here, and please understand and try and find solutions around it, because thankfully in the current scenario, whether you start off as an IITian or an Andhra University guy or some other college, it really doesn't matter, because there are a lot of platforms that are created which can equalize you. Hackathons, or I know people, you will find that, right, from a small college, somebody getting a great offer and all that. If you think the measure of success is the type of the offer that you got or the amount of offer, the pay package, so it is still small colleges guys crack big things, right? Because there's good, you can, so these are people who actually do not complain and then find ways around it, because you have access to knowledge all over the place. thanks to YouTube, thanks to internet, you have access. Knowledge is all digital libraries and other stuff. And if you, and like, for example, the way in which I circumvented that problem was I used to attend classes from 8 to 1 o'clock, have lunch, 2 o'clock onwards. I used to go and start selling with the, my first job in Dunlop was like that. I used to go out, 4 months I sold. I know every dealer in this region. I know how to raise an invoice. I know all that stuff. So that helped me get my job. They did not even wait till my results were out. Last day I finished my exam on my MBA. Next day, Dunlop said, come and join us. We'll give you this money. So that's, so here you have all the opportunities to learn stuff, which is, and you don't need to complain. You can still get the best of this thing. You can still participate in national competitions, hackathons and all that, and prove that you all still have it in you, and still because there are a lot of level playing fields, what we call it, to compete with the best of the best and prove that you are good material and try and get something become. So don't complain, but do something about yourself to be able to this thing. Or like, for example, if when one of the reasons why I moved and got into a Premier Institute, because after Dunlop, I joined a company called Castrol, and I was in Chennai, and then there was a guy from IIM who used to, when I used to go and tell, this is the market research stuff, this is what it says, this is what we should do, he used to just throw my report aside and said, come on, don't tell me. That's my manager. But probably same age. He came from Premier Institute. I come from a regular B grade, lower mid-range management institute, and then engineering institute, Andhra University. So he doesn't used to give a damn to what I used to say. And then one day, but he insulted, saying that, okay, boss, you come from a institute like this, so don't really talk big. Just put down and talk. Tum apne awqat mein raho, sort of thing. You just you don't deserve to talk to a guy from a Premier Institute like me. Then I had that big dream of somehow making into a Premier Institute, but really I slugged my butt off for about a year and a half, and somehow got into those institutes and somehow made it. So, but so you still have it, but today you don't need to go to that place to make yourself, to prove yourself. You can do it alternate ways. There are so many opportunities around. So about the future, it's all in your hands. Do you want to be a face in the crowd? You want to be somebody, or you just want to go along with the flow and be one among a big crowd? That's something you do. So don't blame it on fate, don't blame it on family, don't blame it on friends, faculty, facilities, whatever it is. It's all in your hands. It's you as an individual who can decide what your fate is. You better take the decisions. You better be responsible for what the decisions you have taken, and don't we are not a company. We are pretty in a country where everything, opportunities are abundant and it is open for everybody. We are not like a war-torn nation where opportunities do not exist. Like, I have students now who are from Afghanistan. They do not know what to do next. Country is gone, and whether they cannot go back to the country because they might they come here because from the previous government. Okay, somebody messaging. Let me look into the messages. I could hear messages come up. Okay. Okay, somebody said good afternoon. Okay. So don't blame it on yourself. So if you have not this thing, you might have a bad start, you might have a bad environment, but today with internet and mobile at your hands, there's a world at your feet. You can become anything you want, whatever and whenever you want. It is just you. It's restricting yourself. So it's just that you have to sort of trying to say that I don't want to ever give up and then keep fighting. You lose once, twice, but still try and do it, and then you should be able to. So finally, I would say it's all about you, dear. So do not complain on anything of the system. Oh, this is a corrupt government. That's why I'm. All this crap. You're trying to give a reason for blame somebody for your failure. No, not acceptable in my terms. Finally, nothing is perfect. Don't expect. People say I go to the US because there that's a very perfect environment of this thing. Okay, I've been there. I know what is this thing. Uh, there are a lot of imperfection in the US too. There is crime. There is this thing. What you tell me any this thing that you say, you want to say there are slums in India. There are homeless people, a lot of homeless people on the road in the US. Maybe there's more discipline. There is this thing. The opportunities are abundant, but there are other things that is the cost of living is high. I've measured between the two. I've chosen India out of this thing because if you can make money, you make a good money on hand. Maybe as a bachelor, maybe as a newlywed guy before you have kids, US is a great, or US, Europe, anywhere you can have a good time. But once you have kids and all that stuff, it's very tough because you have to do everything yourself. There's no like today my wife enjoys having a driver and a watchman, his wife who works in the home, cook and all that stuff. If I have money, I can have a better life in India. So I have a drive myself. Yeah, sort of anything that I need, I don't need to go to the bank. I know a lot of work, even getting groceries and all that stuff, which is outsourced. I have India is abundant with low cost labor. So but it's also that you're giving some opportunities to people who are there. So nothing is perfect. You don't say because I'm going to the US because everything is perfect there. It is not. So live around imperfections. We are not perfect. So even when it comes to friends, learn to live with the imperfections of your friends and then accept it. Even it could be with your life partner, and then find ways around it, and then you still move on with your life. But as you move on, enjoy your journey, but don't feel this thing. Not maybe somebody's like, for example, a lot of people aspire and are passionate and do everything to become maybe part of the Indian team, but there are only, of course, 14 places, 11 plus 3 probables. Or you want to become prime minister, there's only one place in this country. So something like that, but at least reach somewhere. But reach there on time. So that's important. And always learn lessons from failures and frustrations, and don't take it to heart. But remember, and they're just that these are for a lifetime. Remember all those moments. There could be good and bad moments. Try to relish those good moments. Forgive and forget those bad stuff that has happened, and move on. And just eventually, it's all trying to be happy in life. So ensuring that the students do, or fly out, they flourish and move out in flying colors. Is again trying to put all efforts here. So it's as a faculty ensuring that they flourish in life as an individual that you do is finally what matters, and just being happy. So also when you start looking at a lot of hearing to a lot of motivational speakers, you could dream big, but also this is something like assess yourself, see what is it that you can do and what you cannot, and be a little bit more smart in trying to find a way yourself and what you want to do, what makes you happy. So just because somebody like me has told you something, you need not follow it, you need not listen to it. Just take the crux of it. And finally, I'm saying again, your fate is in your own hands. Take your own damn decisions. Ensure that because whatever you time and effort that you put in towards what it is, you are getting what you deserve. Nobody is walking away with what you deserve and all that stuff. If you think you deserve something great, if you work for it, you will get it. Today, opportunities are abundant, and pretty much it's pretty easy to, not so difficult. I wouldn't say pretty easy, but not so difficult to reach the places of big places, become a big entrepreneur or this and this. So or work with a big company or go to the US, anything of that. If you have it and you're trying to passionate and want to do it, should be able to do it. There is that abundance of opportunity that is available right around us. Okay, with that, I end my session. Hello. Yes, I think you are echoing. Any questions? I will stop sharing my presentation. Somebody said hello, 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 hello. I don't know because it was echoing. So no questions. Is it like end time? When are you letting us go for lunch? Is the first question, right? I don't find anybody also.
Yes, sir. There are no
Yes,
questions.
Manogna.
I would like to propose my vote of thanks, sir.
Oh, thanks. Okay, that's good. You're relieving everybody of all this. Yeah. Okay.
People are waiting for lunch, I think, sir.
Yeah, no, I think they are. I think it's better to accept the fact and then move on. So, yeah, maybe 15 minutes early or 20 minutes early into lunch. Go ahead, Manogna.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Today you have spoken about the power of right attitude. What are the things we are having in our life? So you reminded us that family and friends, importance of them supporting us, and you have given lively experiences in your from your life, sir. Failures are the
Oh, okay. That's, yeah, Manogna, I think
yes, sir.
there's Srinu who is trying to talk in between, but I know. Okay, Srinu, if you have any questions, you can type it out. And the others, whoever wants to leave, can leave. No issues with me with respect to that. I'm no faculty trying to force you sit in the class. Yeah, Srinu, you had something to talk? You have something to tell or you something to ask? Okay, go ahead, Manogna. Sorry, I was for stopping you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. You have given us example that taking the past as a example, and we have to move on and using them as experiences, fixing it and moving on, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, participants, for your patience and listening to the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manogna. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys, and all the best to you. Have a
Thank you,
great
sir.
night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Venkateshu
Yes, sir.
Kuchalapati Garu. Yes,
Yes,
thank you, sir.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I know it. I was concentrating more on the students because that is what I heard from Madam Dr. Padma Garu, that most of the people out here are students. So I'm sorry, or apologies that I've concentrated all my talk trying to put some okay, whatever my experience has some sense into the students out here. Sorry about that, sir. I think I was more student focused.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So,
Thank you, Vanogna. You have a good afternoon. Happy lunch. Thank you.
thank you, sir. So, participants, you can leave now, and another session starts at 3 o'clock. You can go to your lunch break and join again at 3 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.